Good evening, everyone. The September 2022 regular meeting of the Board of Education is called to order. Mr. Clark, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Justice.
Here.
Mr. McManus.
Present.
Ms. Walker.
Here.
Ms. Adams.
Here.
Mr. Wildebohr.
Present.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Here.
Ms. Craybill.
Here. So welcome again to the New Hanover County Board of Education September's regular board meeting. Thank you all for joining us in person and in the remote viewing audience. We value and appreciate your interest, your participation, and your advocacy on behalf of all New Hanover County students and staff. For those in attendance, would you please take a moment to silence your cell phones? So as always, I'd like to remind us all to treat each other with dignity and respect throughout this meeting, no matter what our thoughts and feelings are about the issue or about a particular person or group, so that our board can remain focused on completing the governance work that is so very necessary for our students and staff and schools to be successful. Disruptions to our meeting will not be tolerated, just as they are not tolerated at any other local governmental body meeting, and rules of common courtesy and professionalism are in action. That said, people who are disrupting the meeting will be asked to leave. If this happens, the meeting can be viewed via live stream on New Hanover County Schools TV or later in the New Hanover County Schools YouTube channel. You will note estimated times on each topic on the agenda. As a courtesy to and respect for the time of my fellow board members, the New Hanover County Schools staff, and to the community at large, I intend to stick as closely as possible to those estimated times to keep discussion focused and on point. So moving into board business, is there a motion to accept the agenda?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, is there any discussion?
Yes, there is.
Yes, if I could.
Hold on, I think I heard a noise from down here first. Ms. Justice?
Yes, I would like to add something to the agenda.
Do what? You
I'd
wanna
like to
something?
add something to the agenda.
Okay. Hold on 1 sec before you keep going. Can we like mic check her? I mean, normally you're so soft and now you're so loud.
No, I'm not. I've never, yeah.
Yes.
I'm not.
So, are you guys having difficulty with the echo at all? All right, Ms. Justice, go ahead. We'll keep forging through.
Okay, I would like to add a report on the buses, transportation situation since the opening of school.
I'll second.
Okay, JJ, SW. Any discussion?
Absolutely. I'll start it off.
No, you don't, I'm just asking from anybody else. We already know that you want to talk about it. Does anybody else have anything to add to that? Yeah.
I believe that we've received updates from the operations department, and it sounds like things are working itself through, so I'm content with what we've got, and I know that they're working hard, and I'm not interested in adding it to the agenda this evening.
Dr. Faust, is that something that you were going to include in your superintendent's report? Yeah, all right, so it's going to be talked about in the superintendent's report.
Well, I want to have an opportunity to actually have a discussion on it, not just a report. And since I'm on mic now, I can discuss this. My kids still aren't home from school. They haven't come home. Wait a second. Please.
Hold your thoughts, and if it's on the agenda, then we'll give all your reasonings. So, all right, so with no more inputs.
Wait a second. What do you mean no more input? It's not on the
No
agenda.
more input on, we're just adding it to the agenda, Judy. We're not talking about it right now. We're just getting it on the agenda. So,
We
Mr.
got to
Clark,
vote on it so we have a discussion, and so we're trying to discuss.
discuss putting it on the agenda, so now we're
Right.
going to vote.
Well,
Now we're going to vote.
that's why I'm discussing why it's, listen, a discussion is when everybody gets a chance to give input, okay? I think I've got dozens, if not hundreds, of phone calls, emails, concerns. There's 46 schools in this district. I've only had reports from one school, which is off, well, two, I take that back, that you have shared with us. I don't think it's okay. There's 4 of us up here that have kids in school, and I'm the only one that has them on the bus, so I think I know better than anybody what's going on here. So faces aren't necessary. So I think we do need to have a discussion, because there are 46 schools, and I don't think, superintendent's report's actually going to give us enough information at this point. I think the expert, Mr. Anderson, would probably be the best person to tell us what's going on.
Okay. Mr. Clark, would you please call the roll? Start down here at this end and just
Did
come all the way
anybody
down.
else want to discuss?
Judy, I'm running the meeting. Thank you for helping me. Mr. Clark, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Justice,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Adams,
No.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Aye.
Mr.
Is
Bullier,
that a yes?
That
No.
was a yes, it was aye. I think that's-
Yes is aye.
Mr.
No.
Bullier,
No.
Ms. Craybill.
No, because we are going to be hearing a report on that. But it does pass 4-3, so we will add that on the agenda under, I guess, information, or do we want to put it under new business? What are we thinking? All right, let's stick it under information, letter E.
Madam Chair?
Hold on one second, please, Mr. Wildebohr. I got you. Let me just
Okay.
keep up. Okay, Mr. Wildebohr?
I would also like to make a motion to add a refresher of Robert's Rules of Order. I mean, we could just see right there where we might need it within a month.
I'll second.
Thank you. Sir?
Question.
Yeah, I'm not certain I know what we're trying to add, something to the agenda tonight that is on the agenda for next month.
I think
Mr.
we need to
Mr.
get it
McManus?
done sooner than later.
Refresher.
Refresher.
Talk to me. What's the, you mean present it again?
Well, basically go over it. I think, from what I understand, the young lady who presented last time has been watching what we've been doing and can give us some accurate feedback so that we can, exactly what we just had. We went around, yes, yes, yes. I said, aye. What does that mean? I mean, that a year ago we went through that class, that course, and we haven't really used it. I mean, we used it a little bit to begin with, and then we kind of let it go by. And I think that could really help us with the speed of our meeting and also the decorum of our meetings.
So the motion on the table is to add a refresher course on Roberts, not tonight,
No,
No, no.
No, not tonight.
but sometime in the future,
In the next month. I think we should do it soon.
within the next month. So that would be October would be our first opportunity unless we have a special meeting.
Right. Unless we have, special.
Madam Chair.
So do you want, you're trying to approve or amend our agenda?
Correct.
So
we can discuss
how are
that.
we going to put that, you want to talk about this again on the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to discuss that under new business so that we can go ahead and maybe get
Okay.
a date. I brought my calendar, maybe we can get a
Okay,
date.
all right. Any more discussion on that?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Wildebohr, Mr. Bullier?
So my only thought would be, is it financially worth investing in a second iteration of Robert's Rules when there's an election and some of us won't be on the board? So I know we've all talked about being good stewards of the money, for our district. Is that something that our board wants to invest time and money in when we're going to be here maybe as little as 8 more weeks? Maybe that'd be something better for the new board, is only my thought.
Okay, Ms. Walker?
We can talk about this later. I don't know that we had discussed paying somebody. I think the refresher is what it is. It's a refresher, but we can discuss that later. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to cost more money. Just,
Mr. McManus?
If it'll help us, yes,
Amen.
we need it.
Okay, anybody else? Mr. Clark, would you please call the roll? And we're voting on whether to add new business to discuss again the need for a refresher course on Roberts.
Ms. Justice,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
yes.
Ms. Adams,
Aye.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Aye.
Mr. Bullier,
Aye.
Ms. Craybill.
No. All right, so that passes 6-1.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
when you're ready, I want to add something.
okay, next.
I would like to make a motion to add just an update under information on the seclusion training and the things that we've been working on. And this is not clearly, this is just under information right now. So I would like to go ahead and just make that motion to put it on under information.
I second that.
Okay, is there any discussion?
I have a question. Ms. Varnum, are you prepared to present on that, or will it be the same information that we received last month?
I don't have new information, so I can provide a review of what I do have.
Okay, thank you.
Can I, Madam Chair? I just want to say, I'm not asking for new information. I think just an update on what we talked about the last time, which was the training, how that's going, and maybe where the schools, what schools it's going to be at.
Okay, I just wanted to reiterate before we vote on this, is that we've talked about this now 3 times, 3 months in a row. Ms. Varnum has presented to us that the schools are working on this and will be presenting their behavior management plans as part of their school improvement team plans. They are not due until mid-September, and then we will get them in October. That is the plan that we've all agreed on for 3 months. We talk about this at every agenda review. Since this first got brought up, it's not that the topic is not important, is that we already have a plan in place, and we really need to let senior staff, and the schools and the principals do their jobs, and work with their own staffs. So that's my thoughts.
I would like
Anything
to-
else?
Yeah, yes.
Ms. Justice?
Yes, I think it's valid. There's quite a few people out here who are very concerned about this and the situation as far as the schools go with the training. If it's just more re-information, I think it would help them understand what's going on and why the vote won't be until October. But after that, that vote needs to be in October, but we would like to have an update. And I'm not sure, also, there was some statistics that was sent to us that might need to be shared with the public. I'm not sure if the public had seen it.
Okay, Mr. Clark, Mr. McManus, I'm sorry.
We as a board committed to taking a vote. October was a date for us at the earliest, and we said to the schools and to Dr. Barnum that they had until the end of the 22-23. You said that was
22-23 what?
school year to decide about the seclusion. I'll agree to tonight to get a report.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Okay, just want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clark, or Ms. Bowie, who's ever ready to call the roll for us.
Ms. Justice,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Adams,
No.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Aye.
Mr. Bullier,
No.
and Ms. Craybill.
No. All right, so that passes 4-3. We will make that letter F. And so what we're talking about there is, to be clear, so Ms. Varnum can be preparing, what do you want again? A seclusion report? You made the motion, yeah.
Yes, sorry. Just an update on how the training's going and or the funding and all that. And, if people have been, started talking about, just any kind of update is what we're asking for. Doesn't have to be a technical presentation right now. So, I don't know how.
Okay, all right, so we got that.
hold on.
Is Ms. Justice?
I'm a little confused about, where did you put the parliamentary procedure? Was that F?
Under new business,
Oh, new business, thank you, I just wanted to make
letter
sure.
B.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table and a second to approve the agenda with all of the amendments.
Madam Chair,
Am I allowed to do that? Or do we have to make, okay,
Madam Chair.
yeah.
Just a quick point of clarification. I thought we had discussed moving up call to the audience.
Pardon?
Do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I know the agenda was posted, so I'd like to make sure that we give some time, maybe toward the end of the meeting at some point. But, I know that people want to go home, so I would like to move call to the audience up right after student voice.
I'll second that.
Okay. So that would make that, all right, so Mr. Boyer, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
Could you repeat what it is that you, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first word.
Moving call to the audience after student voice. the next item after student voice.
Yes, okay.
My only comment is, do you think that we're going to miss any people because it was noticed differently?
I would
People planning on coming later?
I would ask that we just, find some time at some point, take a break, and then have a second call to the audience.
No, you need to make one, you want that to be your whole motion to?
Sure.
If we miss people, then we come back to them?
Sure.
In the second call to the audience?
Sure.
So it means we have to add a second call to the audience. Is that right, Mr. Shive?
We're doing a discussion, correct?
Hold on. I'm asking Mr. Shive for,
I guess you could, if you wanted, you could leave call the audience where it is on the agenda and have a second call the audience right after student voice. And if there's anyone that wasn't here when we go through the first time, we could ask if they were here when we get to where it originally was on the agenda.
That would be my motion.
And I'd second that.
okay. All right. Any more discussion on that?
Okay, I'm a little confused. Of course, it's not hard for me at times. So you're saying move the call to the audience right below student voice?
Have a second call to the audience below student voice.
Okay, second, right after
Add
student?
a first call to the audience after student voice, like we're going
Right.
to move the whole thing up. And then if people came late because they thought it was earlier, then we would fit them in at the call to the audience time under item 12.
Oh, okay,
So
so-
that they would not miss their turn and do all that. So that
Okay,
is what he's
seems-
asking
That
for.
seems fair. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
All right, so Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Justice,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Adams,
Aye.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Aye.
Mr. Bullier,
Aye.
and Ms. Craybill.
Aye. Okay, so that passes 7-0. So now we're back to the, are there any more amendments that's to the agenda? Okay, so now we need to vote on approval of the agenda as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the agenda is passed 7-0. All right, so it took us a little bit of time, but here we go. Next on our agenda is the invocation, which will be provided to us tonight by Mosaic Faith Community Pastor Kelly Finch. Will everyone please rise? You can approach the podium. Yes, ma'am.
I am Pastor Kelly Finch from Mosaic United Methodist Church. Thank you for allowing me to come into this space. In a moment, I'm going to humbly request that while you allowed me to be here, that you spend time giving an equal voice to our Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, and Hindu clergy. We have several faith communities here, and I don't see them represented in the space that I get to be represented. So I'm humbly asking all of you to make sure this year to give an equal voice to all of our faith communities on behalf of our interfaith clergy group. Thank you. In my tradition, prayer is not a wish list for blessings. It's a chance for us to connect with our Creator and each other to build a better world. We do this by confessing and then asking for direction in prayer and meditation. In these next few minutes, I call on you to call on whatever name you turn to when you need direction and meditate on these words. Merciful Creator, we confess that we have not loved you with our whole heart. We have not done your will. We have broken your law, rebelled against your love. We have not loved our neighbors, and we have not heard the cry of the needy. We come before you this September with hearts and minds open to learning from our victories and our mistakes. You have given us many gifts and talents. May those in leadership use these to give each child in New Hanover County the education they deserve, the education that meets their gifts with wisdom to create a better tomorrow. In this time in our country, public school is the primary route through which our children enter full participation in our community life. As a consequence of inequities in our society, we know, Lord, we have a moral responsibility to support, strengthen, and reform our schools. We see the effects of inequality in our system, while the schools within our own county can only be described in contradictory terms. Some are academically excellent. Others fall short. Some are sanctuaries of safety for their students. Others are dangerous to students and teachers alike. Even within individual schools, we see vastly different experiences of our marginalized students from those of affluence. Creator, you have shown us these disparities, and we know their existence is a reflection of the political power in the communities in which they are found. Help us in this county to be better than that. In this county, may we follow the guiding principle that flows through all religions, loving others as we want to be loved. May we love each child as we wish to be loved ourselves. May we all be constantly striving to learn from those missteps of the past, learn from our history of injustice, to truly care for each other. As we come through the confusion of the pandemic, guide us to equip our students, teachers, and staff with the mental health services they need. Give us patience with each other, and especially with our students. Help us to be slow to anger or punish, and quick to empower and encourage, for this is our call. In a time when hate and anger pull at our leaders to continue the racism, homophobia, and oppression of our society, open our leaders' eyes to a way forward. Place a hedge of protection around each of our children who are victims to this ugliness. May we all find ways to build bridges where hate disconnects us. May the spirit that moves through all of us find that faith is greater than the fear spread by those who wish to hold power over us. For years, we have watched as children enter school with hope, but through a broken system, find themselves guided toward prison instead of success. Creator, we stand against the breaking of your children. We call on everyone in this room to come together to change that direction. Create in our schools a safe place where each child's mental and physical health is valued above a test score. Reveal to us the inequity created by those who came before, and help us to dismantle the systems they created. We confess as a community we have failed to protect your children from predators. Our leaders must humbly face the actions that allowed these people to work within our system. We understand that justice is the only answer for those who have been broken by the people who were supposed to care for them. May your justice repair the cracks in the safety of our classrooms. We stand before you today grateful for our blessings. Here in New Hanover, we are blessed with teachers who pour out their hearts, their time, and their personal resources into our classrooms. We lift them up and ask that they be given equal opportunity to provide each and every student with not just a basic education, but one that is worthy of those created in your image. With wisdom, let us use our financial resources to equip each teacher so they can focus on their gifts on the children before them. This call extends to our school staff, from the principals to the bus drivers, to provide the knowledge, the tools, and the compensation they need to live up to the demands of the job we ask them to do. Creator of all of us, New Hanover can be the light on the hill that guides all the other counties to do better. Our schools are the foundation of our community, and those in this room have the privilege of building that future. It is our hope, our prayer, that those with that privilege of leading spend most of their time listening and learning, so we may all move toward a bright future filled with grace, love, and wisdom beyond our own understanding. Amen.
Amen. And just before we bring our color guard in, I did want to address to the public is that we do offer the opportunity on a rotating basis to all the different faith-based communities. So just so that this is just your turn, so thank you. We appreciate you. Okay, next on our agenda is the presentation of colors. The Ashley High School Navy Junior ROTC Color Guard Unit will provide that presentation under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Robert Rader and Chief Thomas Frost. think we're just getting them in place. Will you keep your folks in place while we do the pledge? Ms. Walker, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we would now like to introduce our fabulous singers. If their teacher would like to come on over.
My name is Carrie Bland. I'm the music teacher at Eaton Elementary School. This is a collection of 4th and 5th grade choir members, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves by telling you their first name and their grade.
Hello, my name is Tyler, and I am in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Cash, and I am in 4th grade.
I am Miles, and I'm in 4th grade. I am Steven, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Curran, and I'm in 4th grade. My name's Jennings, and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Vivian, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Cooper, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Liza, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Hannah, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Joe, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Brooke, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Sienna, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm John, and I am 4th grade. I'm Phoebe, and I'm in 4th grade. I am Lily, and I am in 4th grade.
I am Jackson, and I'm in 4th grade.
I am Grady, and I'm in 4th grade. I am Rebecca, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Kate, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Val, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Nora, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Adler, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Gavin, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Santana, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Alani, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Jojo, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Ryder, and I'm 4th grade.
I'm Sophia, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Allison, and I'm 4th grade.
I'm Benny, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Ava, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Elena, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Ava, and I'm also in 4th grade. I'm Layla, and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, I'm Athena. I am 4th grade.
I'm Eleanor, and I'm in 4th grade.
I am Jack, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Xander, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Hadley, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Caitlin, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm Julian, and I'm in 4th grade.
Thank you for having us.
Before they sit down, I wanted to also recognize their principal and assistant principal in the back, Miss Romy Wheeler and Miss Christy Allen. So thank you for being here to support your students. Okay, so not to be outdone, would our ROTC cadets be interested in introducing themselves as well?
I am Cadet Kaylee Signorello, senior.
Noah Crocker, freshman.
Cadet Nash Dallas, junior.
Cadet Kendall McNamara, sophomore.
Cadet Hayden Cornelli, sophomore.
Thank you. Okay, we can all be seated as our folks process out. Thank you once again, 4th and 5th graders. You were awesome.
Great.
Are we going to go over there?
Yeah.
Don't look so happy to be here. You're done.
Nice job.
Thank
Great
you.
singing, great singing. And there goes everybody.
Good job.
And there goes everybody.
So we are going to have some seats open in the front after all of the parents leave if you'd like to move in closer.
That was pleasant. What you think? That's why we're here. Who's great? Oh, got you. I think we probably should get parameters next time, because we've had some people that were short and some long.
We don't have any parameters, so. You got a good point.
I don't think anybody gave her any parameters.
I know this.
I would say 2 or 3 minutes. Oh, wow, we've had ones like that before too. but I think you're right. 2 to 3 minutes should be the
Stephanie,
I think you could do it in 2 to 3 minutes.
get a picture with you and Todd. Who's my student?
Yeah.
Who's my student? What's that?
That's it.
Trevor Todd. When he comes up, I'll just show him.
It's what they do.
But it's also a part.
Right.
Some more we get along.
That's what they do.
We actually have Who, her? Wasn't that one? It took 22 minutes.
It's just the length you have a problem.
Like your glasses.
Well, I broke my other ones. I broke the arm off. Thank you.
I broke them a lot of times.
Okay, I think the majority has started to move out, so we are going to go ahead and get started for our recognitions for the month of September. Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Faust, and members of our Board of Education. This evening, we have some wonderful recognitions to present to you of outstanding excellence in New Hanover County Schools. Our first one, we would like to recognize Ashley Sutton and her Finance Committee. The Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada has awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting to New Hanover County Schools for its annual comprehensive financial report for the 2021 fiscal year. The report meets the program's high standard. This Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment represents a significant accomplishment by government and its management. Congratulations to Ashley Sutton, Chief Financial Officer, and her finance team on this accomplishment. Our next recognition will come from Ashley High School. The Luz M. Fry Honored Educator Scholarship serves as a living memorial to Luz Fry, an outstanding North Carolina educator who led positive changes and progress in public schools for over 30 years. Each year, the selected Luz M. Fry Honored Educator Scholar is able to attend an NCCAP program of their choice. The scholarship covers all costs associated with the educator's participation in the NCCAP program and a $250 grant towards materials for their classroom. We are pleased to announce that this year's recipient is one of our own, Fatima Sale of Ashley High School. Our next recognition goes to a student at Laney High School and is the first reported scholarship recipient from our senior class that I have knowledge of for the 2022-23 school year. This evening, we are pleased to have Sabra Medlin in attendance, a senior at Laney High School. Sabra is the recipient of the Horatio Alger Association State Scholar. The scholarship honors the achievements of outstanding individuals in our society who have succeeded in spite of adversity and who are committed to supporting young people in pursuit of increased opportunities through higher education. As a state scholar, Sabra will receive a $10,000 college scholarship to be used in the pursuit of a bachelor's degree, access to a full range of association services, including a virtual college success program. This is a tribute to Sabra Medlin's hard work and determination. This evening, we congratulate her on her scholarship and wish her a successful senior year. And I want to invite her family up as well to get in this picture with her. For 4 years, the Star News and the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce have teamed up to honor some of our area's best and brightest young professionals. New Hanover County Schools is thrilled to announce that this year we have not just one, but 2 educators who demonstrated success and leadership through their roles in our community. We want to congratulate Trevor Todd, teacher at Castle Hayne Elementary School, and Anya Davis, a teacher at Trask Middle School, for being announced to the Wilmington 40 under 40. Our next guest is no stranger to recognition. We invited her here when she was announced the district representative as a NCCAT beginning teacher nominee. We again welcomed her when her artwork was selected to be a part of the Black Lives Do Matter feature downtown at Derby Park. And before that, we featured her on our district podcast as a staff member who took advantage of the district's TA to teacher pipeline. She has exemplified what it means to be a teacher leader, and I am proud to be welcoming her again to be recognized on behalf of the board. Since 2012, Wilma Magazine has highlighted the women in our region who are making moves and inspiring all of us in the Cape Fear community. From a pool of nearly 200 applicants, 35 women are selected as finalists. Today, we recognize Ms. Shyla Harper, special education teacher at Trask Middle School, on being a finalist in the education category of Women to Watch. That concludes our recognitions of the evening. Please give all of our recognees another round of applause.
Okay, next up on our agenda, we have some administrative introductions, and that will be done by Dr. Chris Barnes. Thank you.
Good evening. We, of course, would love to recognize every person that we've hired over this summer. We looked and sought out the best and brightest educators to work with our students because, quite frankly, they deserve it. So we have several people we'd like to introduce you to tonight. The first is Jennifer Carey. She's a longtime NHCS employee, and she most recently served as an AP at Roland Grice Middle School, and she will now be serving as the talent management supervisor for our secondary schools. So I'd like to invite her up. Say hello.
Hello.
Next up, after a harrowing drive through the streets of Wilmington, I'd like to recognize Hilda DeLeon, the new principal at the International School at Gregory. Hilda DeLeon comes from Wake County, where she served at Hodge Road Dual Language Immersion Magnet School and has been an ESL coordinator and an assistant principal at one of their elementary schools as well. So Hilda, come on up.
It's such an honor to be here this afternoon. I landed in a gem of a school with amazing children and wonderful teachers. Thank you so much.
Next up, I'd like to welcome up Erin Lee. Erin Lee has been an assistant principal at New Hanover High School, a literacy instructional coach, and a teacher at Gregory School of Mathematics, Science, and Technology. She is now our principal at Bradley Creek.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. We've had a great first month, and I can't wait to see what the year brings.
Awesome.
Next up, I'd like to introduce Malcolm Johnson, our Chief Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Officer. He most recently served as a lead educator for Sidwell Friends School and has been a part of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Leadership and Administration work there. So Malcolm.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited to be in the presence of former teachers of mine, some students, some community stakeholders. You guys, I'm so ecstatic to be here. Thank you again.
And last up, I just want to mention Leslie Hash and Christy Walter, who are both new assistant principals at Roland Grice Middle School. They weren't able to be here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. You can see that we are continuing to fill all of our roles with talented people, and we are off and running to a good start in our school year. Okay, next up is item number 8, student voice. So who is going to lead us in that conversation tonight? Okay, while you're debating all that, the student voice, this is a place that I would like for you guys to be in our agenda going forward, but we haven't approved that policy yet, but we're giving you a preview. So you are on for first reading, and normally we do not have a discussion during first reading, but because there were some additional comments that were provided to you by some of our senior staff, I wanted to give you the opportunity to ask us questions, and for the rest of the board who hasn't, maybe not have been following along as closely, or who may have some additional questions as well. So if you all four want to come up and huddle around the podium, you're more than welcome. If you want to, and rock, paper, scissors, and pick somebody to come up and represent, it's whatever, your 2 student allies can come with you for moral support.
I think, we're kind of like, whoa, we didn't know if we were going to have this chance. So I actually had signed up for the call to audience, and maybe I could share a little bit that I was going to share then. And they have been able to kind of review that. But basically, the main thing with the policy at this point and some of the more recent comments is, I know they have been asked on a couple of occasions through the summer in the policy committee about whether or not one particular structure in the policy, the student engagement team, could look like a standing board committee. And they have said for various reasons, no. They obviously have spent months and months on kind of like all these different possibilities. I think we acknowledge the legal and political safety that it would be to make that particular structure a board committee, but there is already in the policy a place where students have space on board committees in general, so it would be possibly a little bit redundant and maybe a little less of a dynamic possibility and division that they had to not only collaborate with the board, but have regular opportunities to collaborate with senior administrators, even with community members, and also school leaders. So I think that's the biggest thing, but I'm gonna let them, if any of them have anything to add. I mean, I don't know how many of them have a chance to look at those comments yet. This is kind of later in the week when they got them, so that's kind of where we are.
Okay, so do you guys, let's see if they want to go first. Sure. So do you guys have anything from what you've read or from what that you want to ask about now, or you want us to ask you some questions and you just be on go? What do you prefer?
We would prefer you guys to ask us questions and if you want
Okay.
us, okay. Clear.
Not a problem. All right, so Ms. Walker?
Well, to Dr. Smith's point, I know that was discussed. I'm not on policy committee, but I did attend them, and I know that was a discussion that was had, that the way it's set up, that the students had set it up was the way they preferred it, and I think complicating it with a board committee, which is that makes us in charge of the committee, and I really don't think that's really what the intention was. So I agree with that. I feel like that was already discussed, and I think at that one of the meetings, if you guys might remember that, not to make it a board committee. Anyone?
Yeah, we definitely wanted it to be student run, of course, with adults helping us, but I think that was our main goal for that part of the policy, was for it to be a student group that can report to the board and use that space for whatever we need it to be.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay, so Ms. Farnham or Mr. Johnson, would either of you like to weigh in on your thoughts on?
Excuse me.
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, hi. Thank you all for working together. I read the policy, it looks great. You can tell you put a lot of work into it. There might be some people that are here or possibly, listening, watching at home that they're not as familiar because this has been going on for a while. Could somebody just give a brief synopsis, is that a good word, of what it is that you are all about? How's that sound?
Yeah, so for Student Voice, our main mission is to create intentional, equitable, and permanent structures of student voice all across Hanover County and essentially give students a voice and a platform that they can use to express their interests in how to make their community better and shape our future education system.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll quote scripture, I suppose, and say directly from the mouths of babes. So thank you guys so much for all the work you've put in. I really appreciate it. Our mayor always says that anything is possible as long as nobody cares who gets the credit. I know this has been a vision of this board for a long time, but I do want to give credit to these students, to Dr. Smith, to Ms. Harper, and to some previous board members who were pushing this and say, hey, you got to keep going with this, you got to keep going with this. I'm just really proud to see all the great leaders in our community, young and old and middle-aged, who put all the work into making this possible. So I do want to make sure that you guys get the credit that you deserve, because you do deserve it. And I think when we pass this next month, it'll be something that serves not just you, but the students who come right behind you. So thank you very much.
Mr. McManus?
I'm absolutely extremely excited about this program. I think a good sign of leadership is that you're accessible and you're visible and you listen. And that's what we're supposed to do up here. As a former high school principal, I think most of my ex-students will say that I did do that, I hope. That doesn't mean we can always agree with you, but we want to hear it. And so I think it's extremely important that you, who represent all the students, have a voice and an access to us and to the leadership. And so that's what's so important. And this board was totally 100% receptive to this. And I think that speaks volumes about us. And I have to say thank you, special thank you to Dr. Smith, who has been absolutely instrumental in a lot of this. And she's retiring in the 7th of September. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes, Ms. Adams?
Just a really quick comment. You guys are the future, and you've put so much work into this. Thank you, and we're excited to see what improvements and progress you help bring this district. So thank you for all that you've put into this, and we'll continue to put into this. And Ms. Harper, Dr. Smith, you guys are diamonds. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Walker?
I did have another question, because I do have the marked up version, and it refers to part 5. Number 5, Part D, which is, there's a strike here on elementary school leadership. I don't know if y'all can speak to that, why it was important to you guys to have that in there, and if it was based on maybe feedback that you got from principals in the elementary schools, perhaps, why it was important to have it in here.
Yeah, so we did have a Zoom meeting where elementary school principals came, and they spoke about their concern of their elementary schools being a part, if they could be. So we thought it would be important to add them, just so they know that, we want them to be a part if possible.
Yeah, so the way it's worded is just, it was encourage, and that also speaks to the point of 5th graders rising into middle school that perhaps want to get interest in the program once they get there. I feel like that's what I'm reading here. Is that correct? So I know it's kind of struck out. Is there a reason why we did that? Or?
Yeah, I was getting to Ms. Farnham and Mr. Johnson. Okay. Because they're the ones who did a lot of these comments. All right, so Ms. Farnham and Mr. Johnson, you guys take your times.
Okay. Good evening. I just
mainly want to share that I'm really excited to see where, how this develops. This is really uncharted territory, and you guys are the main authors of this, but you're also the main customers of the work that we do. So I'm really interested to see how this grows and develops, and this voice, not just a representation, but your absolute specific feedback on your experiences and the experiences of your fellow peers, your fellow students, really is incorporated into the work of the district administration and the board. Any additions were just really to try to help clarify how voice and input works within the policies that already exist for the board. Mainly just excited. And I know Mr. Johnson and I have had this conversation, just really excited to see where this goes and how we can be supportive.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, the only concern that I did have, Miss Cassidy, correct? She already addressed it as far as just the ownership, making sure that this is the organization that you guys are leading. And we as adults are your accomplices, and just ensuring that your mission and vision is saw through. I will say you all were the very first organization I met with taking this role, and you guys really just put that battery in my back to really just hit the ground learning. So I just want to thank you guys for your initiative. I want to thank you guys for standing apart, and I really want to thank you guys for really setting the pace for the future of our students in New Hanover County Schools. So thank you again.
Okay, so also in the you'll get a chance to read some of the other comments. I just wanted you to hear what the comments were. Basically, under number 1, it was D, number 1, convene the Superintendent's Advisory Council. Letter C, we wanted you to consider upon input from principals, because the superintendent and his designee does not pick the students that are on that council. That comes from recommendations at your school leadership, and of course your input, to your school leadership. So that's why that was added there, just to kind of make that more clear to folks that, Dr. Faust is not going into the schools, and saying, I want you, I want you, I want you. So that was why that was added. So if you don't want to do that, talk amongst yourself, and we can make that change before we get to second reading. The other one was, and number 2, convene the student equity teams in middle school and high school. Convene biannually. The thoughts there were we needed to talk about, does it have to be twice a year? We have some budgetary constraints that we have to talk about. So when you get your student engagement team together, that might be something that you talk about. So we might need to change the wording just a little bit to say we will strive to, kind of, or at least annually, kind of thing. And then the selection is determined by the adult liaisons with the assistance of the chief equity officer. So Mr. Johnson's not going to go into the schools and say, I want you, I want you, I want you. It's really up to you guys at your schools and your school leadership. So it's highlighted. It's basically just for you guys to think about again. Then we did provide the opportunities instead of ensure. We had talked about that one at policy with that. And then the same thing goes in all the items in letter 4, A, and then B, C, and D, just to talk about what that really does look like. The student engagement team is what several of us had talked about, that might be what the board committee was, so that we didn't have so many teams. But if that is what you guys want to do, then we're just going to have to figure out how to do that. And Mr. Johnson is going to be your go-to guy to help you figure out what that looks like within the constructs of you going to class, they doing their work, and all that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to point that out. And then the elementary comment was struck only because we did, the encouraged part can still stay there. So we can leave that, but didn't want to make it anything formal right now with our elementary school students, as we're still finding our feet, finding our voice, as, I'm going to call you adult student learners, because you're the older student learners. So other than that, and then we also highlighted, just to refresh your memory, talk to your principals about, trying to be involved in your school improvement teams. So those are what the comments were. All of those they're not, if you don't want any of those to move along, then someone, email, me or Mr. Boyer, who's our policy chair, And we will strike, we will add, so that we are ready to move on with the vote in October. So do you now, I think Ms. Walker had a comment?
I think I covered, I just wanted to clarify that the striking out of D, you just covered elementary school leadership is encouraged, so we can keep a good portion of that still. There's no reason why it shouldn't be in there, correct? It's no formal, I don't believe, and maybe Dr. Smith can tell me, or any of the students can tell me why it wouldn't be okay to leave that in there.
Sorry, we were having a team huddle for a second.
Sorry,
what was
yeah.
the question?
Okay. Well, no, just the point that was just made about the struck out part, and elementary school leadership is encouraged to engage students in a similar leadership opportunity. I mean, I don't see any reason why that can't stay in there, and if it's not a formal structure. I think, is that the meaning that you guys want to just have that
Yeah,
in here?
that's what Tanea was referencing, a meeting in the summer. Again, so much uncompensated time and effort back here.
Right.
That there were principals, administrators present who said, you know, we don't really see ourselves, we don't see our school in this. So what they did at that point was, and they were intentional with the encourage part, because we kind of knew that that might put an extra layer of responsibility, I guess, from the board standpoint. So the encourage is intentional. And I was just going to ask a clarifying question for them between now and October 4th, because there will be a vote, right, the second reading. Exactly to whom should they be communicating, since the policy draft is no longer, I mean, they have a document they've been working on. Is that where they would make comments, or do they, I heard, email Mr. Boulier, email Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I would say email us both and just use this same document so that we all see the comments at the same time, and then we'll clean this up when we're ready to vote.
Use that PDF? Or, because the PDF doesn't have the
Well, this is not a
comments.
PDF right now. I mean, it's up there like that, but the original Google Doc is where we've all been making comments.
Okay, so they should
You
keep
guys
doing
have
it on
made
that
comments,
Google
we've
Doc.
made comments.
Perfect.
And you can see, well, you can't see it up there, but on the original Google Doc, it has all the comments over in the margin so that you can see who made what comment. And you're free to reach out to any of the people that made the comments for more clarification using your school email. Yep.
Ms. Harper had something to say?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to step in really quick. I usually don't do all the talking, that's Casey, but with her going into retirement, I just wanted to say, don't count me out. I'm still here. If you need to communicate as well, I'm still here for these kids, 10 toes down. I'm here with them. I'm more, not of an ally, but I'm more of an accomplice, so I'm here to do the good work and the good trouble, so just don't count me out.
One more thing before you guys go. I really think that you should include, probably use Mr. Johnson as your primary contact now, because he is going to be your subject matter expert. So that is probably, let me take back the Stephanie Graybill and the Nelson Boyer. I would say direct your comments through Mr. Johnson, and he will get them to us, because I think he's going to be working with you guys.
So not on the Google document?
You can, but I mean, but use that, you guys work out with Mr. Johnson what system works best for you guys, because going forward, you're the team. Is that okay? Yeah. Oh, Mr. Dr. Krause, is that okay? Okay. Okay. All right, well, thank you for your time and your energy, and good luck in classes this year. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so next up on our agenda is call to the audience. Let me, do what? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back to call to the audience. So please come back at 6:07. go to the bathroom. Folks, can we please have our seats? Okay, so next up on our agenda is call to the audience. Let me get my comments ready, sorry. Okay, so thank you all for signing up for call to the audience to share your comments and your concerns with the board. As we have stated before and at every meeting, we welcome engagement from our school community and from the community at large. There are several items to cover before we get started with call to the audience. Per Board Policy 2310, the board allows up to 1 hour of public comment for call to the audience. Please speak on the topic that you indicated on your call to the audience sign-up. The public has asked this board and our school system to be more transparent and truthful, and we expect that you will do the same with us. Please refrain from using profanity, derogatory language, and other slurs in your remarks, or you will be asked to sit down and/or leave. Individuals may stand at their seats in support of the speaker or stand alongside the podium while the individual speaks, but the aisleways must be kept clear at all times per fire code regulations. We must respect the rights of individuals who have come here to address the board, as well as those who have just come to listen. Audience members should refrain from yelling out or responding to comments made by speakers during call to the audience. Violators will be given one warning, and if the behavior continues, they will be asked to leave. Disruptions by any person or persons at a public meeting will be subject to action, including removal from the meeting. Per General Statute 143-318-17, a person who willfully interrupts, disturbs, or disrupts an official meeting and who, upon being directed to leave the meeting by the presiding officer, willfully refuses to leave the meeting is guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor. I'm sure that won't be necessary, but I have to read that so everyone is clear. All right, so Ms. Bowie, can you put up the call to the audience list for us, please? There we go, thank you. Remember that each person has 2 minutes, and your timer will be up there, and I do stop you at 2 minutes, so please keep an eye on that so we don't have to interrupt your comments. First up is Peter Rowich.
I want all staff to have an understanding of any and all factors relating to challenging behaviors of our students. I want mechanisms that are proactive and collaborative. And I want structures and processes where students and the adults supporting them solve problems together. That's why I support Ms. Farnham's plan for preparing our staff for ending seclusion rooms beginning with the 2023-24 school year. Now, as she explained at the July meeting, school improvement plans are due in a couple of weeks, but that should not prevent you from voting tonight on ending the use of seclusion rooms in the new Hanover County schools. Some of you want to wait another month until you receive those school improvement plans. But why? Do you really think a school is going to include utilizing seclusion rooms as one of their trauma-sensitive tools? Ms. Farnham's plan has incremental steps. It builds on programs already in place, and it continues an earlier plan that expands that work. Is there any doubt that by the end of the school year, our staff will feel confident in the new skills they've learned for working with challenging behaviors? With 10 months of learning and practicing ahead of them, you can vote tonight to end seclusions. It's a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowley. Next up is Chris Sutton. Mr. Sutton?
Nice to see the attorney back up there. Last time an attorney was sitting in that seat, he was filming advocates of sexual assault up here. And then he was sending the videos to someone, and then our beautiful board, yes, you, Mr. Beaulieu included, voted to not even go after the public records after your firm sent letters to him telling him he had to turn those public records over. Figured I'd say that one since you're here. So another school year started, seclusion rooms are still going. We got to set a date. At this point, it's getting kind of redundant. Hopefully y'all will do it next month. I know y'all are not going to do it tonight. Let's see here, sexual assault policy. Y'all have the definition of fondling for under the clothes. We have had issues where parents that are uneducated in the difference between sexual assault and sexual battery will come in and call it sexual assault and then be told, no, it's not sexual assault. Now they can have it in the definition is there where it says under the clothes. I would like for y'all to put the definition of sexual battery, which is groping, which is over the clothes. That way we do not leave our uneducated parents up to being messed up. Mr. McManus said it's vital to represent all the students. I hope that we can work on that for the student voice as far as changing it from where it's actually selected, the students are selected from adults. I would like to see this actually be selected by the students, potentially some type of vote where they actually put themselves up, and that way we can actually, if it's a true student voice, let the students talk, let the students campaign, let them actually run on a platform. That would be amazing. They would get a real life experience. Board oversight, the language sheet. I'm hoping the board has oversight over that sheet, part of the Title IX deal, that basically at least y'all should be able to approve the language inside there just in case it's a little bit ambiguous and might lead to coercion. Lastly, Nelson, you were on the calendar committee, man. I have heard so many teachers and parents cry over the fact that we are now making our kids take their finals after Christmas. That is ridiculous.
Your time is up.
You could have done better, and you blamed it on dual enrollment. That's wrong.
Thank you. All right, next, Cammie O'Keefe. Cammie O'Keefe.
Hello. My name is Cammie O'Keefe. Once again, I am advocating for a positive change, a positive policy change, joining others in opposition to Policy 4302 on the use of seclusion rooms in our schools. I request that the board end this policy by the beginning of the 2023-24 school year. Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services, Julie Varnum, presented an update on Policy 4302-R to you in July. She said, "We have contractual partnerships going on now with Lives in the Balance and with expanding our trauma-sensitive tools training. This approach, more specifically though, relies on the relationship that staff have with our students and their ability to really understand that difference between intentional and adaptive versus maladaptive responses to stress. This is that work of regulation. We have regulation programs already in place, but we're talking about continually expanding that." She added, "We are well underway with making sure that these tools are working for our staff." That sounds like a plan to me. Love Our Children has a reasonable request. Vote to end Policy 4302. Use this year to train teachers and staff further on implementing these changes recommended in Ms. Varnum's plan. We know that the use of seclusion rooms harms children.
Thank you, Ms.
You
O'Keefe.
now have
Thank
the
you, Ms. O'Keefe.
opportunity
Your time is up.
to
Your
change
time
this
is up.
policy. Do it now.
John Rudder. John Rudder.
Excuse me. I don't even know where to start. Let's start with, for the last few weeks, months, you have dislocated your shoulders to pat yourselves on the back about being ready for our kids to be back to school. And the fact of the matter is that You're not. Why are we still in week 2 and having transportation issues? The only reason my kid got transportation squared away is because I am a monster, and I sent you some very strongly worded emails last week. Some of you might know my name. If you don't, get used to it. I'm tired of your crap. My son has never ridden the bus and was allowed to get on the wrong bus last week and ended up across town from Trask to Hoggard. Has never ridden the bus, first day of school. According to the school administrators, your policy, he shouldn't have even been allowed to get on the bus because there was no transportation authorization. Yet he was. This is accountability. This is our safety of our kids that you want to talk, that you take care, you're concerned about. Show us, because you're not showing us. We as a community are over this. You're happy with transportation updates? Your app crashed on me this morning. Within 5 minutes, it deleted my kid out of the app. The only reason I knew my kid was on the wrong bus last week is because he has a cell phone. He got squared away, but how many other kids aren't? How many other kids are still having transportation issues? He was late to school this morning. We're okay with that? He couldn't find a place to sit because his bus is overcrowded. That's changed about 6 times since last week. They changed his bus route in the middle of the day last week. But you're ready for it, right?
Mr. Rutter, your time is up. Thank you. Tiffany Fullwood. Tiffany Fullwood? Oh.
My name is Tiffany Fullwood, and I'm here as the chairperson of the New Hanover County Special Education PTA Social, Emotional Health, and Learning Committee. As one of many adult allies in support of these brilliant students of New Hanover County, I am here to encourage a long-term system of solid youth engagement strategies be incorporated in New Hanover County School Board policy. Student Voice is comprised of students of New Hanover County who are speaking out on issues that they and their peers encounter in our school system. They are working hard to learn how to advocate for themselves in a school system that is often overwhelmed and may not be able to recognize the issues our kids are faced with in school on a micro and macro level. They are working with community members and organizations for support in the development of much-needed resolutions of these issues. Over the summer, these very students worked extremely hard on creating a strategy to ensure that their concerns and ideas are heard. These brave students have attended multiple policy committee meetings over their summer vacation to be sure that they are educated on their rights as citizens of New Hanover County to have a voice in the way policy and procedures are structured. As adult allies, we understand that we once were children, and we also are aware of the structures that have helped us grow as individuals and the lack of structure that has held us back individually in our youth into adulthood. By being supportive allies and individuals in positions of power to help encourage the positive growth and development of our children, we have the ability to support our youth in creating the necessary change they need to grow and flourish. I implore you to pass Student Voice into New Hanover County School Board policy. Our present and all of our futures depend on it. In support of the students who have worked so hard on this policy and the adult allies who have supported these children, we ask that you harness your own...
Ms. Fullwood, your time is up. Ms. Fullwood, your time is up. I'm sorry. Loretta Stackhouse.
Good evening. I read the New Hanover County Schools 2022 annual report. Have you seen it? There are many photos of children learning in classrooms, but I didn't see any photos of children locked in seclusion rooms. There are lots of numbers about the budget, transportation, and the food service, but I noticed that there was no seclusion room data. There are even stories about the teachers of the year, but not a single story about the teachers who want to learn to be proactive and work collaboratively with their students who have challenging behaviors, so that there is no need for using a seclusion room. Well, with Ms. Varnum's plan, those stories will be written. Her plan includes training staff from the 10 schools that use seclusion rooms 282 times last year. The contract she arranged with Lives in the Balance and trauma-sensitive tools training will allow teachers and staff to learn and practice proactive and collaborative skills this year, so that the seclusion rooms will not be needed next school year. The superintendent wrote that, quote, "We are in the business of ensuring that the students walk through our doors to learn," end quote. Let's make sure those doors don't lead into seclusion rooms. Vote to end seclusion rooms tonight. Let's use Ms. Varnum's plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steadfast.
Thank you. I am Melissa Mason, and I'm here as a mom, not a candidate, to talk about Policy 4329, which redefines bullying for the sake of equity and makes every child in our schools less safe. This is a highly personal issue for me, as my older son has been bullied frequently due to his small stature and has felt unsafe due to threats and harassment. Section B2 of this policy reads, "Harassing behavior may violate this policy even if no harm is intended to the target and no power imbalance is evident." People remember their bully. Does anybody remember an unintentional bully? Or a bully who didn't have a power advantage over you? It's absurd. To manage bullying, we have to identify the children that target weaker children. That's what a bully is. Expanding the definition to include weaker kids who mean no harm gives cover to the actual bullies. Bullies will be the first to learn that Section B3 turns the accusation of bullying into a weapon. Quote, "Bullying or harassing behavior includes conduct that is or reasonably appears to be motivated by actual or perceived differentiating personal characteristics. If my child hits another child, I can correct that behavior. But if the school says my son appears to be motivated by perceived differences, how do I fix that? Why should he be held responsible for other people's perceptions of his motivations or perceptions?" The goal of this is a two-tiered system, and it's not justice for anyone. Our students, all of them, need to be held accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha, too.
Should I wait to be acknowledged, or is it a good time to go?
No, you can go whenever you're
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Natasha Chu. I'm the chair of Moms for Liberty of New Hanover County, and I'm addressing the definitions in the document that's for adoption this evening, Title IX, Sexual Harassment, Prohibited Conduct, and Reporting Process. According to your document, assault is any one of the four types: rape, statutory rape, fondling, and incest. Three of these four involve sexual intercourse and penetration. One actually requires for the contact to be made underneath the clothes. Sexual battery, sexual assault can occur with the clothes on, over the clothes, and I think that should be included in the definitions. In fact, I think assault and battery should be included in the definition since it's a chargeable crime. I'm still a little concerned of what input was put on these definitions and why parents weren't involved, especially considering the history of New Hanover County School District, 20 years of sexual misconduct swept under the rug. I would think this school board would want to have involvement and earn the trust back of the public. We all know that public trust of school boards nationwide is at an all-time low. I want to move on to something else because I've learned, again, what's a lot coming to these meetings of the calendar school year. I had no idea that they'll be testing after a 2-week, 3-week break. What kind of scores are you expecting, and are you going to grade our teachers on these scores? Are there promotions? Salaries are going to depend on the scores of kids who've been out of school for 2 weeks, eating cake and playing with their new toys. I think that's something to be considered. It doesn't sound like you have the kids' interest in the best of heart, or even the teachers' interest in the best of heart. Perhaps it's something different, maybe a different schooling, maybe the dual enrollment kids that don't really necessarily benefit the lower socioeconomic population. They don't have maybe the encouragement and motivation at home that all people do to do their work over those breaks. And be honest, Mr. Bowley, I think it's a conflict of interest for you since you actually work at CFCC.
Ms. Hughes, your time is up. Robert Bellamy.
How y'all doing? I'm here with Love Our Children. When I first came here to these school board meetings, I really thought that all the board members that represented the Board of Education was cold and heartless. But today, I know how wrong I was. And you all have shown that with your positive votes on suspension of kids 4, 5, 6, and 7 years old. So now, I realize I can't judge you from what I've heard. The same you must do about putting kids in restraints in seclusion rooms. I have met and had small conversations with some of you personally and was so honored that you gave me your time. The kids would love that also as we start this new year off. Still, I don't know you, but I feel the good in you. Kids need to feel that as well, personally and professionally. Placing kids in seclusion rooms and placing restraints on their little hands can really change how they look at adults who are supposed to care for them and supposed to keep them safe. That's why it's important on how you can help change their little lives and their way of thinking with your conscious votes. It's all about the kids, but it's also about you. You can change this and make it better with only a conscious vote, and that vote can be today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bellamy. Matt Bradford.
Good evening. I'm so looking forward to your report tonight on the strategic plan. Just in case people don't know, the first item on the strategic plan, it's academic performance. Through rigorous academics for all students, demonstrate readiness for productive citizenship and higher education opportunities or meaningful employment. That's why we educate our kids. And yet, according to the Port City Daily, 13 out of 39 New Hanover schools are low performing. 4 of them got Fs and Ds. That's a 260% increase in the low performance from before the pandemic. 260%, if I did my math right. I didn't do so well in math in school. Holly Shelter Middle, Wrightsville Elementary, Myrtle Grove, Forest Hill Global Elementary didn't meet the growth expectations. Our students were not making gains in learning on par with state guidelines. So what are you guys going to do about it? If our kids can't get jobs, if they can't go on to college, we failed completely. That's what the F means. You failed. So there's 13 schools that really need help. And we need to know what you're going to do about it. I'm a ticked off grandma. I come to these meetings and I see dysfunction, I see all these other things that we talk about, but I just want the kids to learn the 4 cores, to read, to write, to do math, some civics. And I don't see that happening. 60% of the kids can't read. You're failing.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Laura. Laura Axhelm? Laura Axhelm?
Hello and thank you. I'm here with Love Our Children, and I'm urging you to vote to end seclusion rooms, because if you end seclusion rooms and invest in all that time and training, everything will improve. The character of relationships and interactions. Children will understand that school is safe and that they can be treated with dignity and respect. And maybe that respect is that, gee, you're having a tough time today. How can I help you? Can you tell me what you're feeling? If you end seclusion and take that bullying out of it, give the teachers and the staff the training they need, respect can return to the classroom for everyone. Everyone in the building deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. So I beg you, please, to take seriously your giant responsibility to encourage and help maintain classrooms that are full of dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Axum. Alicia Ogundelli?
Good evening. I'm Alicia Ogundelli. I'm here with Love Our Children. So I'm guessing none of you have children or grandchildren that were put in the padded closet in schools. I'm also guessing none of you have spoken to a child that was put in a padded closet in school. And yet some of you sit there month after month waiting for administration to meet the teachers, to meet with the elementary school children, mostly special education kids, and mostly black children are put in the seclusion rooms. The Communication and Outreach Department reported 71 children were put in the seclusion rooms last year. Only 71. Now that might seem like a small number, but that's 71 children. Think about it. I think that one child is too many. And then when you realize there are 282 seclusions last year during the first 7 months of school, that comes to an average of almost 4 seclusions for each child. Some were in those padded rooms less time, and some were sadly locked up in the seclusion rooms many more times. Ms. Varnum shared a plan in July. It included training about challenging behaviors for teachers and staff. The plan means that no one will be thrown under the bus. And after a full year of training and practice, they will be ready to end the seclusion rooms by beginning of the 2023-2024 school year. Vote to end seclusion rooms tonight, and let's use this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ogundelli. Sandy Isles? Sandy Isles?
This is a drawing from a 9-year-old little girl recounting her time in seclusion at age 7. Help! Please help! Help! This child was secluded 3 years ago. 2020, she changed schools. 2021, at age of 8, she emailed her principal about her EC classroom and wrote, "I get scared in that room because there is a closet-type room. I am afraid that I might get put in there and locked in because I can still remember it, and when I think of it, it scares me." Last year, her principal turned that EC classroom into a general ed 4th grade classroom. And knowing that this child was afraid and had avoided entering that room the previous year, she placed this child in that classroom with the seclusion room. A few months later, this child made this drawing. That child missed over 250 hours of instructional time last year because she was too afraid to go into the school building. She went from being at and above grade level to dropping below grade level in a matter of months. Dr. Faust, is this how you raise test scores? By terrorizing 9-year-old children? 71 children were repeatedly secluded an average of 4 times in our district last year. Who is protecting them from trauma? Who is ensuring they are successful in school? Ms. Adams, you only ask about the other children. These 71 children deserve to learn too. When you support children with the greatest needs, all children benefit. When you know children are struggling, you must help them. I end with this, Matthew 25:45. Truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. Who among you has the moral courage to protect our children? Stop delaying this vote and end seclusion. Thank you.
Stephen Axhelm.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I'm with the many others here to urge you to end the school seclusions by the end of the school year and to use this year to prepare for it. But I'm also here to encourage you to see that the policy in place for that year does the least possible harm to the children subjected to it. If the existing policy was good or bad, and some well-meaning members supported it, then wouldn't we want to monitor its application? This year, 19 of 29 elementary schools secluded 0 children. 3 secluded 1. 2 secluded 207. Respectfully, it is this board's and Superintendent Faust's job to see that the existing policy is applied reasonably fairly across the elementary school population this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Mulaney Cooper.
End Policy 4302. A quote by Fannie Lou Hamer. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. So today I decided to just look up the word seclusion and the word segregate to see their commonality. And the prefix SE means to be set apart. So in 2022, our children are living the new Jim Crow under these systems. Seclusion is the state of being alone, away from other people, while segregate is to separate or set apart. They both share in their definition the name isolation. Weren't our children isolated enough during COVID when they had no control? As adults, why would we intentionally set children apart in this climate? It's pretty vicious to not have any understanding of why children act out, and we act without finding out the source of their behavioral issues. A new season is coming. Isn't it time for a change, New Hanover County Board of Education? The data shows here that children who are Black are likely to be facing problems 8 to 5 more times than other students. We have to look at the true issues, and this country needs a lot of healing. We need to start it within our school systems, make some right choices, moral choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Donna Garrett. Donna Garrett. Gargett, sorry, I'm sorry, Gargett. I'm sorry.
That's it. Thank
Thank you. I would like to show my support for the letters training, student voices, and ending seclusion and restraint. I'm requesting that the student voice policy be passed without further delay, as it was developed by students through feedback with the policy committee, and that no changes are made. Our students deserve a seat at the table to provide their valuable input. Also, as you review the letters agreement tonight, I would like you to understand that the letters training explains why the science of reading is important, and Orton Gillingham explains how to implement those foundations. Teachers have come to me requesting this OG training so they can have the right tools to teach every student in their classroom. I'm excited to tell you that several teachers have completed their Orton Gillingham training to improve reading failure through my nonprofit, Blank Canvas Awareness Art Teacher Scholarship. We have committed 13 teachers to a 30-hour training and have 7 open scholarships. Blank Canvas Awareness Art has invested $60,000 worth of additional training to increase our low literacy rates in New Hanover County. I am asking for your support as we recruit 7 additional teachers that you consider allowing them to complete this training during their school hours. These dedicated teachers understand that reading problems don't get better with time, they get better with proper interventions. I don't think that they should have to train during their personal time. I would also like to invite the school board and the public to join us for our free literacy extravaganza this Saturday, September 10th from 1 to 5 p.m. at the Arboretum to learn more about literacy best practices. If we can all stand in recognition of these dedicated teachers and the students participating in our student voices. Thank you.
Christina, Lucy?
Good evening. I'm here tonight to commend you for adhering to your established policy for contesting books, even when people ignore that process and instead read from books they don't like each month. I've been present since they started doing that, and I found it difficult to follow the logic that authors are writing with the purpose of teenage erotica. Being a retired educator, I did some research on the author's motivations for writing. Not surprisingly, no author mentioned writing with the purpose of harming young readers. In fact, the author of All Boys Aren't Blue, George M. Johnson, says he adopted a maxim from Toni Morrison, who's another author who is frequently challenged. If there is a book you want to read but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. I was a voracious reader as a child and teen, yet I think about all the subjects that weren't written yet and how if these books had already existed, how different my life would have been. Perhaps I wouldn't have gone 4 decades not realizing that sexual assault included unwanted touching and that consent is non-negotiable. It would be wonderful if every child who is born spends 18 years in a perfect environment of love and abundance, but sadly that is not the case. These books on difficult subjects allow young people to see that not only do bad things sometimes happen to good people, but also what can be done to fix the situation. It also lets kids and teens see that no matter what they're thinking, there are others like them who have had similar thoughts. Books can be life-saving, and I am asking that you continue to adhere to your established policy for challenges. The banner's anger could be better directed at other areas that actually hurt students, like seclusion, understaffing, and racial disparities in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey Smith? Casey Smith? Casey Smith? Are you skipping? Or okay.
So, policy 4004, student voice, it's a beautifully ambitious policy that affirms that many of the inequities we see in our schools can be solved by listening to and co-developing solutions with the diverse brilliance of our young people. Authentic student voice structures really are like the 2022 version of school improvement and district improvement. And what an absolute honor it's been for me and Ms. Harper, not only to work together and collaborate, become friends in this process, but to work with this group of students to assist in their development of the long-term youth engagement strategy. Those of us who work as adult accomplices in what we consider sacred work, it is truly a ministry. We know that diverse lived experiences are not always embraced or celebrated. In fact, they're often erased, unseen, unheard in our curriculum and in our environment. And the impact of inequities really has a lasting and harmful effect on our children's bodies, minds, and souls. So what do we do with this information? We act in service of our students. And the policy is really all about creating and protecting consistent, regular spaces for students to share about their experience for the purposes of improvement, and to have regular intentional feedback loops and collaboration opportunities with many different adult decision makers. And just a quick point of clarification from an earlier call to audience, students in this project had full control of developing their own rubric and ultimately filtering through all applications. And we simply just wanted to reiterate from before and encourage the board to maintain the original vision that the students had as it was passed by the Policy Committee 3.0 after 3 months of feedback and edits. And just really want to thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you in retrospect and in advance for the passage and implementation of the policy. And it's really going to, it's kind of like exciting to think about how that is going to have an impact on your legacy as board members in this community and even in the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Angela Jeffrey.
Good evening, Chairwoman Craybill, Superintendent Dr. Faust, and Honorable Board of Education members. My name is Angela Jeffrey. This is my 27th year as an educator who has served in many capacities, from a classroom and online teacher to AIG specialist to high school principal to director of secondary education. I'm also a mom to an elementary and high school student in New Hanover County Schools. I would like to use my time this evening to explain why it is not too late to make the right decision and revise this year's school calendar. First, revising the school calendar to end first semester in December does not require a significant change in calendar days and can be adjusted with minimal impact on students and teachers. The days required to make this happen are already built into the calendar. This is a matter of redistributing in order to do what's best for our students. It requires a change to the local high school testing calendar to allow high school students to test in December, just like they did last year. Our 7,997 traditional high school students will finish their first semester classes before Christmas so they may enjoy their Christmas break and take a well-deserved mental break from school. And 32% of our total student population will not have to spend their Christmas break worrying about high school exams when they return. Second, ending first semester in December will add 13 instructional days for our high school students taking AP courses second semester. Currently, there are 1,427 high school students taking second semester AP courses across the 4 traditional high schools. Many of the traditional high schools schedule AP courses for second semester because of the College Board mandated AP exam dates the first 2 weeks in May. Ending first semester in December will not negatively impact instructional days for elementary or middle school students and teachers, nor will it drastically change the school calendar. However, it will ensure additional instructional days for the almost 20% of our traditional high school students who take AP courses second semester. Finally, ending first semester in December will allow the 1,051 traditional high school students taking 2,532 Cape Fear Community College dual enrollment courses during first semester to align their second semester courses.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Leslie Posey.
Good evening. There's been a lot of inaccurate information being spread around the country about equity and diversity. There is also a lot of work being done in some sectors of the community to try and limit what books our children have access to at school. I'd like to put these two issues together in a very simple set of definitions. Equality is that everyone gets the same book. Diversity is that everyone gets different types of books. Equity is that everyone gets the book that is right for them. Acceptance is understanding that everyone reads different types of books. Belonging is reading any book you want without fear of being judged. Justice is fighting to make sure everyone has access to a wide variety of books. There are some people in this community who think they should have the right to control what books are available to all children. In counter to that, I offer an example from about 20 years ago. Some of the most popular books ever written were the Harry Potter series. A lot of parents at that time tried to get these books banned from school and public libraries because the main characters were wizards, and wizards are evil. It was incredibly obvious that these people had not read Harry Potter, because if they had, they would have realized that they are a well-written story of good versus evil. Spoiler, good wins. But there were petitions all over the country to ban these books. The response then was the same as it should be now. It is a parent's right to tell his or her teacher and the librarian that their child may not read Harry Potter. But no one except me has the right to say that my child may not read Harry Potter or any other book in the school library. In 1982, the Supreme Court ruled that under the First Amendment, books may not be removed from school libraries based on community petitions. I hope that you will remember that.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. Rob McCord. Rob McCord. That's you. Rob McCord.
Thanks. As you just heard, my name is Rob McCord. This is my first time speaking here. I think I'd like to just start by thanking all of you for taking the time to do this kind of service in what is frequently such a challenging and emotionally charged environment. There's an old joke, everything's been said, but not everybody's had a chance to say it yet. The main thing I want to do is associate myself with the very thoughtful people who are here to support Ms. Farnham's plan to end the sequestration rooms. And what I'd really like to ask those of you who are hesitant to move this to a vote, because I really think this is a bipartisan issue, to do is to try to use empathy as well as analysis. On the analytical side, the fact that such a disproportionate share of this is happening in just a few elementary schools, that 74% of the kids who are subjected to this sequestration are African American, that more than 95% of them are in special ed programs, I think is very compelling to say we have a problem here. 35 schools would be totally unaffected. Only 10 schools would be affected. Ms. Farnham is in the system as an assistant superintendent, very mindful of the need for transition. Analytically, she provides a year for transition. She provides and highlights organizations that are already contracted with to provide training, including for trauma-assisted tools. So when you look at this analytically, not just emotionally, it's very, very compelling that it's time to have a change and that the one-year notice is exactly the kind of mandate a school board should provide. And in the last 15 seconds, I ask for empathy. Imagine if a kid you loved were locked in a closet in elementary school, and ask yourself if that's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCord. Next up, Angie Caney. Oh, she declined.
Many show up every month to speak to you on many different topics. Some use call to audience to promote campaigns, some use it as a resume builder, some enjoy theatrics, and some truly believe in trying to make positive change. I show up every month to be a voice for those who won't ever get invited to the table to speak safely on their own. I don't think any of us are under the false pretense that this board is actually listening, but we want our children to see and hear someone advocate for them. From victims of sexual assault who are without justice and re-victimized by your legal team, to LGBTQ+ students at the forefront of bullying, to children of color and in marginalized communities without true representation, to EC kids who are invisible and at risk, I'll continue to show up. Speaking of student voices, I hope that you'll actually consider a true, authentic voice that transcends what you want to hear and extends to what you need to hear. I hope that somewhere we find the voices of the students who might not always speak so eloquently, but they do so truthfully about valid concerns in their schools, even if some don't always like what they have to say. Voting power and influence on every issue that affects public education belongs to our students, and equity is a necessary component of that. With regard to safety, I commend the administrators and staff who spent the last week building relationships with their students to start a new school year. as opposed to those trying to instill fear, who create school families in the spirit of community instead of intimidation like a punitive prison system, who promote counselors and adequate staff and not cops. Communication and connection is our solution. And with regard to the school calendar, perhaps staff and students could be at the forefront of that decision over politics. And a calendar that coincides with testing before break, the ease of dual enrollment, adequate semester breaks and work days, staff support, and even quarterly sports falls within your job to act in the best interests of staff and students, not tourism, real estate, and business. Let this be a reminder that we see, hear, and support our students and our staff, and it's past time for you to do the same.
Katie Gates. Katie Gates.
Good evening, Board. 2 Saturdays from now, our country will be celebrating Constitution Day and the 235th year since its signing. Locally, Constitution Day Wilmington will host a celebration downtown for students, staff, and the community to instill awareness about Constitution Day through living history costumed individuals and in fun and engaging and entertaining ways, and in partnership with local organizations that are uniting in celebration of our Constitution. New Hanover County Schools will celebrate Constitution Day on Friday, 9/16. We encourage all teachers to utilize the excellent resources provided by Mr. Matthews and his team. And by next year, we hope to have many volunteers from the community willing to help the schools with assemblies, readings, activities, and such to remind our students about the amazing gift the Constitution is, the document that structures and limits our government and preserves our liberties. Arthur Stansberry in the elementary school public catechism of 1828, this was actually read regularly by our students in elementary. It says, "Remember that this precious Constitution, thus wise, thus just, is your birthright. It has been earned for you by your fathers, who counseled much, labored long, and shed their dearest blood to win it for their children. To them it was the fruit of toil and danger. To you it is a gift. Do not slight it on that account, but prize it as you ought. To undervalue the Constitution is one of the surest ways to lose it. Take pains to know what it is. The more you study, the higher you will esteem it, the better you understand your own rights, and the more you will be likely to preserve and to guard them." Thank you all who have committed to coming on
Thank you, Ms.
9/17.
Gates.
Thank you.
Josie Barnhart.
Good evening. Tonight, I want to come talk to you about teacher retention. Consistency in staff correlates to positive growth and role models, in particular with our high-risk students. Our county has argued about who should earn more money in our school system and why there is a decline in how we're finding workers. Let me tell you something. Every single person that works day in and day out with our kids deserves more money, but it's not why they're leaving. And I'm going to spell it out for you right now. RESPECT. Respect. At large, a lack of discipline. Somebody suggested this book to me, Why Meadow Died, and it's written by a father whose daughter, Meadow, was killed in a school shooting in Florida. And he starts talking through all of the things that have gone wrong in the programs in public schools, many of which I'm aware about, and so are you. He brings up the Federal Promise Program along with restorative practices and general education inclusion policies, all of which encourages schools to not give the appearance of discipline. What I mean by that is we are encouraging our administrators to not document issues at our school so that we look better. Tonight, I'm asking that while we continue to work with our tough kids, that we remain to keep standards high for all students. I would be willing to wager that high teacher turnover rates have a direct correlation with schools not holding kids accountable to their actions. And tonight, on behalf of our staff, I'm asking you to keep standards high for our children. I have been vocal for over a year now about how lowering the grading system only would give the appearance of success, while teachers and students, and making them focus on the least amount of work needed to get by to the next grade level, which only creates a bigger problem for the next teacher. That minimum can-do attitude is not what we need to instill in our children. We need to fix that. School performance data was just released across the state. In 2018 and 2019, we had 1 failing school and 4 D schools. Last year, 5 failing schools
Ms.
and
Barnhart,
8
your
D
time
schools.
is up. Thank you. Rebecca Tremmel.
Good evening. It's been a while since I've been here. It's good to be back. And tonight I'm going to talk about what I believe about the vision, the voice, and the vote of student voices and what they presented. I believe in it. I believe with all of my heart. Did you see what happened when those kids came up and spoke? Came up and sang today? Did you see the pride that they had? Kids of all ethnic backgrounds and different personalities. Some stood stoically still, some danced around. They were proud to lend their voice to that choir. And that's what happens when we listen to our children. Did you see the parents? That's what happens when we come together from one generation to the next. In my faith tradition, we call it l'dor v'dor, from generation to generation. And that's what student voice is about. And guess what? My notes just went away. It's okay, because I got this. It's about passing on what we have to the next generation because we're not scared to share power and a common vision. We're not afraid to build a future together because we know that their success is our own. And without us empowering them, we've lost an opportunity. The exchange is when we empower them and they give us their inspiration. I've been inspired by them. What they asked for is not ambitious at all. In fact, I would say give them more opportunity because they deserve it. They have proven it by what they have already accomplished that we still as adults strive to accomplish. They have collaboration. They have cooperation. They believe in democracy. They believe in one another's voice and they fight for one another. And don't we want to see that for ourselves? Don't we want to see that for our future? So don't be afraid. Embrace the future because their future is our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tremmel. Matt Rhodes.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Matt Rhodes, and I want to talk about school safety, but it's not a school building. It is the New Hanover County Public Library downtown. I went to the county commissioners in August 1st, and I spoke to them about the people living in front of the library. And I went there and took pictures, and there was needles and syringes and trash and people living there that should not. They should be in some type of a rehab. That's not a place for them. But it's not safe because if you're trying to take your children in there, they could step on a needle, someone walking by, hepatitis, HIV, AIDS. But what happened about 10 days later, August 10th, there was a sexual assault at the library. And people need to be aware of that. Because when I go there because I like going there. I could go to any library in this county, but I should be able to go anywhere I want. But a lot of families that live in that area, a lot of them that are African American and Hispanic who take their kids there to learn, some people to use the computer, they don't have one, try to find a job. They don't need to have their lives put in danger. Now, fortunately, this young lady was not killed, but she'll live with that the rest of her life, psychologically, potentially physically. Not a lot's been known about who she is, but that she was assaulted. But this could have all been prevented. When I talked to the commissioners, they said it's a complicated situation. It's really not that complicated. They need to be in some type of rehab, and that library needs to be safe for everybody because that could have happened to anyone's child. And what if it had happened to one of these people's child out there? You can't take that back. So please make that library safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Dorian Cromartie.
I just want to talk a little bit about academic achievement. Now, we say that it takes a village and we're doing our best, but over this Labor Day weekend, I talked to a kid who lives 0.9 miles away from her high school, and it takes 45 minutes in the morning to get to school. And by the time she gets to school, she's late and is already missing instruction time. Now, to me, that's crazy. 0.9 mile, not even a mile. That and missing instruction time every single day. And then you talk about the ride home, then you still have to do homework. We really got to get that. That's just a small thing that you guys may see, but that's huge. That's instruction time. The other thing I want to talk about is nutrition. I've been doing the rounds and going to schools, but we count macaroni and cheese, a starch, as an entree. An entree, and we already know that kids here in the system experience homelessness, experience missing meals. Like, this is part of their lives, and they come to school and mac and cheese is an entree. And then I'm ending on a good note. I would like to thank the new principals, the staff that stay in the fight every year through COVID, the hurricanes, especially at the Title I schools that have been doing their best. They haven't been thanked, they haven't been loved, they haven't been appreciated. A blanketed thank you, that does one thing, but a nice, hey, thank you, handshake, that goes a long way. And every single teacher that's been here, that's been doing the work, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Camardi. Katie Cardamone?
Hello. This is my first time speaking to the board, and I appreciate the opportunity for doing it. I don't want to minimize the problems of students and out-of-control behavior in the schools for all parties. I've worked in education most of my adult life, and I've seen seclusion in practice, and it not only is painful for the student, but it's also painful for all their classmates. I support Julia Varsman's plan to eliminate this practice and to strategize and create new ways and new tools for dealing with behavioral issues. And in line with that, I hope you vote to eliminate this practice. Additionally, I'd like to make a recommendation that students get more recess, they get more time outside. A book I just recently read called The Nature Fix did research and recommended and validated the effects of being outside, especially in nature, around trees, to people. And they did the studies in many countries, and the value is that not only for students and adults, it helps minimize stress, and it helps with performance, and it truly would help and is demonstrated to help in other countries. The more actually, it's converse, people feel that students need more and more time in the classroom to do better academically, but in fact, the exploring the outside helps the memory, helps the brain, helps reduce stress, and allows them to perform better, and it's shown on test scores in other countries that they perform so much better with more outdoor time. So I'd like to recommend that you have outdoor classrooms, outdoor art, outdoor music. Thank you.
Next up is Diane Zaricki. Diane Zaricki? Okay, then that is conclusion of our call to the audience. All right, so next up on our agenda is the superintendent's report.
There's a saying I like, and one that certainly applies to the beginning of any school year, and that is a plane is heaviest when it's taking off. We're in the process of getting this school year off the ground, and we'll soon be cruising at altitude. We had a phenomenal first week with all 45 schools in session, but there are, of course, some areas we're quickly making improvements. First, I want to thank our transportation and buses. We have around 13,000 students traveling on 93 buses daily. That's over 1,000 more kids than last year, and requested for additional stops, and riders keep coming in. Every morning, we have approximately 230 runs throughout the county, and in the afternoon, closer to 280. In many cases, our drivers do 2 runs for the same school, but on different routes. This is known as a double back. Elementary schools have 31 double backs, and secondary schools have 78 double backs. We started the last week with 44 late buses, but by the end of the week, we were down to 27. That's not unusual for the first week of school. At the end of last year, we had an average of just 1 late bus per school day. Double backs and heavy parking lot congestion at our secondary schools are the main cause for delays. We can consolidate double backs if we had an accurate count of our riders. We will get this information through Power School, so parents, please ensure that your data is up to date. Regarding the traffic congestion at Trask and Laney specifically, North College Road and the internal roads at Trask and Laney cannot adequately support the number of cars that travel in and around the school each day. Currently, the North Carolina Department of Transportation has no planned project to improve North College Road. Last year, we worked with the NCDOT, or North Carolina Department of Transportation, to have the left turn signal time lengthened to allow more cars to exit the school site during morning arrival and afternoon dismissal. We also requested SRO assistance with traffic control on site. Last year, we also requested a study by the Municipal and School Transportation Assistance Division of the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Additionally, there is $180,000 approved in the current capital budget to begin and implement short-term solutions. This is funded through the Educational Lottery. Project applications were approved by the school board and the county commissioners in August and have been submitted to the NCDPI, or North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. We should have NCDPI approval within the next few weeks. Once funding is received, we will immediately begin implementing that solution, or the solution that does not require design or bidding. Personnel and hiring updates. I spent the last few months highlighting how we filled our open positions, and I'm thrilled that we started the school year with only 6 student-facing teacher vacancies, when there are more than 4,000 teaching vacancies statewide. Of our 3,800 staff members, we have around 70 vacancies, which means New Hanover County Schools has filled over 98% of our available positions. Collaboration was key to our success. Our HR department worked closely with principals to address this concern and fill vacancies early in the hiring season. Last week, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction released school performance grades for every school in the state. In 2018 to 2019 school year was the last school performance grades where they were calculated. So comparisons to previous school year data, though informative, is both limited and misleading. As last year, year before last year, there were no grades. Overall, New Hanover County Schools continues to outperform the state in most areas by an average of about 5 percentage points. We continue to perform in the top 5 in the large districts in the state in most areas. This is also the first year we kicked off our school year with a focused, unified, and district-wide approach to our instructional framework. Overall, we're off to an incredible start this school year. I'd like to thank our entire staff for working tirelessly to safely reopen our schools. It's no small feat, and your hard work is evident. To our parents, community members, thank you for your continued support and patience as we work out the bugs. But no, we are committed to making this year a success. This concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Faust. Next up on our agenda is the board chair's report. So as we begin the new school year, please remember that all board and district committees will continue to be in person only. The district will continue to live stream and post all of our regular, interim, and special meetings on YouTube. Those interested in attending our board meetings, on our district committee, advisory, and task force meetings will need to do so in person. That's nothing that has changed since last year. I just wanted to make sure, since other school districts across the state have different back-to-school protocols than we do. Based on board member self-reports to me, board members had the opportunity to visit 32 different schools this past week as they opened their doors to students. and began the traditional school year. Most of the year-round, Restart, and college-affiliated schools have already been visited during their first week of school. Some of our schools were visited by multiple board members. We will continue to stop by the remaining schools this week as well to offer our support and to share in their excitement. It was good to see the clean and shiny floors, the bright lights, the bright and smiling faces of all student and staff alike, and to learn about the different school mantras such as SOAR at Carolina Beach Elementary, ROAR at, oh my gosh, I forgot where ROAR was, and then POWER with the Blair Bulldogs. Despite a few hiccups, I do believe we are off to an excellent start. Thank you to everyone who made the first week of traditional school a success. Wanted to give a separate shout out to all the parents who are PTA, PTO, PTSA, PTSO, unaffiliated parents, with any organized student support organization, for their work in working with their schools, working with their teachers, working with their principals, joining their school improvement teams to help make the schools the very best that they can be. In an effort of continuous improvement during this back-to-school time, I have asked my fellow board members to join me in a book study of sorts of the National School Boards Association guidebook, The Key Work of School Boards. There are 3 of us who will remain in our seats for 2 more years, and 3 more who are hoping to retain their seats. So this will be a perfect time for us to hone our skills as board members as we welcome at least 1 new board member. Given the lack of prior communication with me with respect to additions to the agenda, including a refresher on Robert's Rules of Order from a board member I actually spoke with today, this board governance and refresher seems timely. The board has also been given the opportunity to read the Energy Bus, which I have up here, along with the district. A lot of good ideas in there, a lot of energy flowing through our schools. Feel free to grab a copy and join us in the read. I am honored to report that I will be accompanying and co-presenting with the Honorable District Court Judge Jay Corpening at the Randolph County School Justice Partnership kickoff this week. New Hanover County is the leader in this collaborative community work to keep our students out of the courtroom and in their classrooms. And New Hanover County Schools is committed to owning its part of the solution to do what is right and what is best for our students. There will not be an interim board meeting this month. In its place will be our 3rd public participation meeting to be held on September 20th here in the Board of Education Center. The format will be town hall style, similar to the July town hall. Details will be forthcoming soon. I am looking forward to the many updates and milestones and benchmarks of our strategic plan, tonight being the first. Election season is ramping up, and I need to remind all candidates to adhere to Board Policy 5215 and to all state election laws when they are on our campuses with campaign materials. And last but certainly not least, I would like to thank our board's legal counsel, Colin Shive, for his guidance and service to New Hanover County Schools over the last 14 months. He is resigning from Tharrington Smith to pursue other interests in November. We wish him all the best in his new endeavors and look forward to working with our new Tharrington Smith attorney. And that concludes my report. Next, we have up is information. ESSER 1 update, Ashley Sutton.
Okay, thank you. This evening I'll be giving a brief update on ESSER 1. And so this, as you recall, we actually received funding ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3. So ESSER 1 funding was the first pot of money we received. We actually received the money the announcement came from DPI June of 2020. And we actually started having our first expenditures in that program in July of 2020. So as we have talked about previously, through our ESSER funding, we actually have different categories of spending that are required through those programs. And so I've provided here a chart that shows the different areas of spending and the percentages. So for our ESSER 1, the funding that was received was $6,098,451. And once again, this is just the first pot of ESSER money. We have ESSER 2 and 3 that we are still in the process of spending. But at the end of this month, these funds will be fully spent, and we will see the funding being spent for addressing learning loss at 7%, as you can see here. We have 8% going towards addressing unique needs of special populations, 63% going towards education technology, 11% going towards improving air quality, and that could be through building improvements or supplies or equipment purchases. 2% going towards improving preparedness and response. And then 9% towards program administration of those funds. So going through, just to give just a quick overview once again of just this ESSER 1 funding, addressing learning loss, those funds went towards providing tutoring services and the transportation related to the tutoring services to get those kids home after. Instructional software licenses for our students, instructional and curriculum materials and supplies. Under addressing unique needs of special populations, we provided additional instruction outside the normal school day. We hired an occupational therapist. We also provided some remediation for secondary and EL students, professional development for our staff, and also some additional instructional supplies and materials in this area. Education technology, as you saw, this was the largest expenditure of this program, and this was the first phase of student and staff devices. We also were able to provide the hotspot services along with some additional technology supplies and materials. Minimizing the virus transmission, we were able to contract services for improving air quality, and that also meant making some improvements to our facilities along with purchasing personal protection equipment and supplies. And then also the improved preparedness and response. In this category, we have our child nutrition services where we provided meals to our students when they were actually having their instruction remotely, and then supplies and equipments that went along with providing those services. And that's my update for this evening. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Sutton?
Just one, if you don't mind. Oh, so that means ESSER funding is gone now, right?
No, this is just ESSER 1, so this is just,
yep,
this is just $6 million, and this is the smallest pot. Okay. We'll still have approximately, we've got about $25 million left in our ESSER 2 funding and $57 million left in ESSER 3, which we talked about during the budget process will go towards those salaries and some additional facility needs and technology and things that we talked about earlier.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed, but I meant ESSER 1.
That's okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sutton. Next up, school calendar 22-23. Dr. Faison.
Hello. I want to begin by just giving some history of the last couple of years of our calendar, and I apologize, you do not have this document in your packet. I just added it. I thought it would help to give us an overview. It's a document that was just, so while they're pulling the document up, basically it just gives an overview when you're looking at school years, and we began with 18-19. We begin with 1819, and you will see when the document comes up that in 1819 we had 181 instructional days. Our school year began, of course, on August the 27th, and it ended in June. The same thing for 1920. We went down one, we had 180 days. We began the same day, and we ended June the 11th. And I will talk about the calendar law just to give you an overview. I'll be brief. But I want you to note the 2 years in red. We actually started school prior to the 26th, and that was a waiver that the state allowed for COVID. So then we were allowed to get out earlier. So I want to highlight that. This year, the 22 to 23 calendar brings us back to somewhat some normalcy that we had prior to COVID with 175 days starting August the 29th and ending June the 9th. Keep in mind that the state of North Carolina, and if you'll show the second document that is up there, if you'll keep in mind with the state of North Carolina, we have a choice. We can do 185 days or we can do 25 instructional hours. We have 6 instructional hours, so you would multiply our amount of days by the amount of hours that we have, because you have to back out recess, transitions, homeroom, so you have to back those, and lunch. You cannot count those as part of the instructional day. So when you back that out, we have 6 instructional hours. Also, we have to give our teachers the vacation days, the holidays, and they have to be contracted for 215 days. So it does not matter how many days the students are in, the teachers are contracted for 215 calendar days to receive their contract. So I wanted to say that and share that because I know people have had some questions about that. So now what I want to do is just to do a brief, how do we get to the calendar that we had? So there's a calendar committee. The committee consists of a number of principals, our teacher representative, NCAE, PTA representative, and payroll, directors, different directors that have to have a say about testing directors, and pre-K director. The one thing we did this year, we actually added additional parents for the future calendar. So we have invited a parent for each grade level, additional parent for each grade level, and one from each traditional high school. That is for the future calendar, but I did want to say that. So that's what makes up the calendar committee. The committee gets together and they look at the different laws, and they bring the calendar to their stakeholders, and they vote on a consensus. That is how the calendar has been done, and that's how the 22-23 calendar is done. Of course, they brought it to the board votes on the calendar. There's a couple of things that the committee highlights that I want to highlight. First, the balance of semesters. We work really hard to balance the semesters because of the high school instructional calendar. So if you were to end a semester before Christmas, you would have one semester of kids receiving instruction. Let's say they're taking Algebra 3. They would get about 73 days, and the other kids would get about 90-some days of instruction. So that is one of the reasons for the balance that we do. We really look at the high school calendar for that. Also, we try to balance the quarters as well. So this year, and I know we're talking about 22-23, but I want people to know we've added more parents for the future calendar committee, and we will be also allowing parents, we will bringing the calendar to the public. So I know I've kind of said a lot, but I wanted you to know the process for the calendar committee. It has really not changed, besides of the avenue that we are adding additional parents, and we will be putting the calendar out for all stakeholders to vote on the calendar, and then bringing the choice to the board.
Thank you, Dr. Faison. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Mr. McManus?
Was the recommendation that was presented in actuality became the calendar, was that the absolute recommendation of the calendar committee? And the reason I ask that question is I've been inundated from administrators and teachers who were on that committee, and in all honesty said they were called 3 times. That was not their recommendation. And I assume that's one more than half would be. Is that accurate?
I was not here for the previous calendar committee, but I will say, I have talked to several people and have been told that it was feedback and they provided feedback. If you really think about it, there's not a lot you can do when you look at the law. There's not a lot of changes that you can do, so I can't speak for what actually occurred. I can tell you from my research and talking to people that there was some feedback that the calendar committee could provide, but when you look at the law, you're kind of locked into, there's not a lot of choices.
But Dr. Faison, my rationale is we have a calendar committee. And the calendar committee's responsibility, which we have given to that committee, is to make a recommendation. So if I'm hearing you correctly, not you personally, but in your position, and Nelson may want to answer this as well because he presented that calendar to us from the policy committee. Was that the recommendation of the calendar committee?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't present that calendar.
So what I've heard
Dr.
is
Smith,
incorrect information.
What you have heard is incorrect. The calendar committee's recommendation as a group was to go this way. I don't know.
That
I'm
was
sure
the
there were
majority
people,
of the
that was the
calendar.
majority opinion.
Okay.
The imbalance created would have placed an undue burden on our staff, on our teachers, and the recommendation of the committee in light of that imbalance was to do what we thought was best for students. That information was presented to the board.
Who was we?
The committee.
How many people are on the committee?
It is roughly.
So my information was
Guys,
incorrect.
Robert's Rules of Order that we want to go. We need to
I don't know if every single person was in unison on a 20-person committee. What I can tell you is that the recommendation of the committee, in keeping with state law, was the recommendation presented to the board and voted on and passed. That's
Ms.
what I can tell
Justice,
you.
you had a question?
Pete had his hand up next.
You had your hand up right after Mr. McManus, so I'd like to hear
Okay.
from you.
How many people are on the committee, Nelson? Or Mr. Boyer?
I'm not the chair of the committee. I have no idea how many people were on it. I know that I'm not the chair of that committee. Dr. Smith was the chair. Dr. Faison is the chair. I am the board liaison. I know that we had stakeholders from every one of the calendars that we developed. We developed 8 of them. I know that we had teacher stakeholders, principal stakeholders. I know that we went with the recommendations that we were discussing. We put them out to our school staff, our communities, and the response was what the response was with regards to the calendar we recommended.
Okay, I want to,
Do you have an additional question?
no, I want to talk about this for a second. This is discussion. This vote, yes, it was Dr. Smith that brought it before us December the 4th, December the 5th, something like that. That night, we didn't even get the chance to look at it until 10:30. And into that point, we were doing a ton of things, including voting on a chair. I did ask these questions that the teachers are now asking, and this is coming from educational staff and parents backing them up. And as a teacher, at one point, having to deal with this kind of calendar situation. And I do believe all this input I'm getting from dozens of people that it was not decided to the best interest of learning. Things could have been done differently, but it wasn't. We are stuck according to state law. Although there are now county districts that have they're not sticking to it. And there's actually no legal, don't shake your head, I just checked it today.
I'm taking my hair out of my eyes. Good Lord.
Okay, I just checked today, and there are some counties that they're not going with it because they actually wanted to go with what's best for the kids. But we're not going to do that now. That's not the situation. The situation is that we have a calendar that can be modified,
in order to meet the needs first of our students, and I can guarantee you that's what the teachers want and the families want, and still stick, there's going to have to be some days moved around, some things sacrificed. A couple, I think one of the speakers did bring up, what some of the things needed to be done. But it can be done, and I'm very concerned about the Cape Fear Community College students. Nelson was supposed to be the liaison. I haven't heard a word about what's going on there, but I know some of the instructors over there, and they're a little freaked. And these are a lot of kids. I have gone to the high schools, and in the afternoon, thank God those kids go to Cape Fear Community College. Or some of these high schools, you couldn't even walk into, they're holding each other up, it's so crowded. Then we have the driving problem. But the point is, it's not meshing, and we're talking about over 1,000 kids that you're trying to figure out what's going on in these classes. I mean, I am not an opportunity right now to go through everything because it is very complex, but it can be fixed. And that's what we should be doing as soon as possible. I wish we'd had that feedback that night. Unfortunately, it was in the middle of the year. Teachers and parents, I mean, we're talking about December. We all know what December's like. This is the end of a semester. And so, and plus it was the first year, true year back from the pandemic. So there wasn't the focus it could have been, although that was the calendar committee's responsibility, and I'm laying it on their feet right now. And I'm still not sure what the truth is, because I'm not hearing just one or two stories. I'm hearing dozens of stories that this was not what the recommendation was from the educational end of this group. So I'm not going to say anything else. I think I've said enough. You know how I feel. I think we need to change this calendar. I think we need to make it so it's more appropriate for learning. Learning is why we are here.
Madam Chair.
I'll wait for her to close.
Can I just say something?
Okay.
Can I say something? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I address something?
Yeah.
I was going to address the Cape Fear. What we have done is what a number of districts around the state have done for the community college piece. So when kids are scheduled, we are asking, and their counselors are scheduling them. So if I have, in the first semester, first and second block at Cape Fear, I'm scheduled the second semester, first and second block Cape Fear, and vice versa. That way, it does not matter when they start. That is in our guidebook. That is the best practices we have been sharing. So that should alleviate that concern for our Cape Fear Community College. But we have a number of students who take advantage of this, and we want to. We want even more, because our goal is for our students to actually leave with more credit to take to college or actually leave with some associate degrees. So we encourage that, but that balance and that scheduling, that works for that.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Okay. I just want to speak real briefly about this. We got this document this afternoon or this evening, testing data in comparison. I think we need to do anything and everything we can to help our students, to educate our students. That's our main job.
Yes.
And in light, my former colleague, Ms. Jeffries, brings something to light to me that we can't, how can we expect students to go home, take 3 weeks off, and then come back and do well on a test? I understand, as the article said the other day in the Star News, it's not all about the test, but that is our best tool, our best tool right now to look at how we're doing. We have 13 schools that have failed. We have 13 that haven't made growth. We need to do anything we can to help our students, and in that light, I think that we need to relook at this calendar. I think we need to look at giving those students their best chance to do well, to, number one, make us look good, but more importantly, to get them their best chance to do it. I'm going to take upon myself and upon anybody else, we should have looked at this back in January last year and done it back then. I fully understand that, but if we can fix something now, I think we need to look at doing that.
Yeah, so what I can say unequivocally is that the calendar was passed because we're worried about student performance, not because we're not worried about it. And the feeling from the committee and from myself was that the calendar with the imbalance would hurt first semester scores terribly. And I think it would be a good idea, if we're saying this is the best solution, to have some data. I think it would be a good idea to look at the best schools in the state of North Carolina and say, okay, Guilford County, okay, Union County, what are you guys doing? How does it look over there? Because we are going to school less than all of the other Big 12 districts. I gotta tell you something. What do we want to be here? I don't want to be popular. I want to be the best. I want to be Boston and Latin. I want to go up to other schools once we become the best school in North Carolina and say, how are we doing it? Football season is nigh upon us. I want to be the Patriots. You don't become the Patriots by practicing like the Jets. These kids need to be in school. I've been saying it since before we went back. I was sitting there pushing for it. They need to be in school. They absolutely need those balanced semesters. The calendar committee made the recommendation based on the best interests of our students and how they can score best on a test. And until somebody shows me data that says otherwise, I have no interest in changing the calendar.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
So I will take a little bit of the blame too, because I was not obviously paying attention as much as I should have back in the middle of the year when all the stuff was happening late at night. But I will tell you that we have gotten a lot of feedback. And as a parent of a kid that was in elementary before, I can tell you I, as a parent, didn't really pay attention to the calendar except for when the day started, but now everyone's paying attention and they're looking at what it's going to do to affect their children. And I've heard different stories about different calendars that were proposed, perhaps one you supported but perhaps didn't get passed, that did align better with the community colleges. But people are telling, and I've talked to teachers and principals too, and parents that are looking at this calendar now and seeing some big problems. And I tend to agree with, my counterparts here that think that if we have the chance to do it, we should do it, and we should make a change that's best for them. A lot of people are telling us that. So I'm in favor if we want to talk about it.
All right, I'm going to go next and then you. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so question for you. Are any of our high schools low performing that we should be concerned about right at this moment? I haven't read through this entire packet. And I asked you that question because several of us, well, two of us, Mr. Wildeboer and myself, both had children who went through the calendar where they had to finish up and take their tests. Mr. Wildeboer's son was number 1 in his class, and my son was in the top 10. So students are able to manage that. So just wondering if low performing is an issue for us.
Not when you think about this, and actually, I just want to go back to Mr. Wildeboer, Mr. Boyer's comment to help look at this data before I came up here. I actually just looked at some of the largest districts, some of the districts that I know where the state has fallen now, but even when you look at the current data, we're still at the top. And there's just a few districts that are ahead of us, and they have the same dates that we have. I just think, since you brought that up, so they're going, when you look at Wake, Chapel Hill, and Union, they're doing the same schedule, almost to the mirror that we have. Since you brought that up, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Dr. Faison. Ms. Justice?
Okay, first of all, this is the first year Wake and all of them have done that, because you just mentioned that before that we didn't have the 20, I guess that requirement about the 26th or whatever that is on the Monday, the closest to. So we don't know, 26th, so we don't know yet what the outcome of that is. But I do know this. I'm the only one up here over the 90s that taught under both schedules, taught end-of-course tests that were tested, and know what it means to adjust to make it work. Just as much learning, but in a different way, can be done by teachers. I trust our instructors. They can do this, and we can do our job. And as far as the top 10 or whatever in your classes, oh my gosh. You know what? My kids were above average, but I'm not going to sit up here and bring that up. That's not have anything to do with we're talking about the whole population and about learning and what's best for our kids this year. And those other counties have yet to implement what they're doing, and we can implement what we're doing. But I have taught under both schedules, and I've seen amazing things, and we can work together and do it like we have in the past.
Ms. Adams?
So last year, in October, I sat down with a teacher that was in a Title I elementary school. And in the month of October, staff did not have any days off, correct? Like there was no teacher work day. And it was because of the compressed schedule. That teacher broke down in front of me because they were completely stressed out, because they didn't have time to catch up with the work that needed to be done and felt the need. They didn't know how to move forward. And it was because of the compressed schedule. We have received probably, at least I mean, from the board emails, I probably received 50 emails about the calendar. Yes, I've had a lot of parents reach out, staff reach out that have had issues with this. I understand that. We have 26,000 students. 50 emails, 26,000 students. I also know that I am that parent that when the calendar comes out, every date is in my calendar right now. Every day that my child has off. Why? Because I'm a working parent. I have childcare that I have to schedule, I've got travel that I have to look at, and I'm not alone in that. We have so many families that are that look at that calendar the second it comes out and they start planning for it. I don't think it is responsible leadership to sit up here 6 months later and say, well, I should have done a better job of reading. Your responsibility as a board member is to have approved something at the time it was presented to us. I approved it because I believe in the recommendation that came from the committee. I still stand by the fact that I stand by the recommendation that came from the committee. I'm also not against looking at a different change for 23-24. And let's take that time and do some of the improvements that Dr. Faison is speaking to, bringing more voices to the table. But to do that in September, I feel is irresponsible, and I think that it is going to cause more grief for a district that has been through post-pandemic, and they finally, every principal I've spoken to, I said, God, it feels like it's normal this year. It's so good to feel like we are coming back normal. So is it really responsible for us as board members to say, you know what, we're gonna change your calendar now and everything that you've got planned? And I just want us to think about that. And it is student-centered, and it is school-centered. Think about that component, please.
Ms. Mr. Boyer.
Yeah, just a couple of quick points. The 26th is not a new date. It's an old date. It is going to be there next year. It's going to be there until the state legislature says, fine, you guys can have the calendar flexibility you need. But it's been the operating standard since I've been on the board. That 26th, the Monday closest to the 26th, period, full stop, is the date. We will have that compressed schedule next year if we go back. And I'm willing to have that discussion, absolutely. But in the moment, as I said before, the decision was made, and to Ms. Adams' point, people based their lives off of that. You have to book a national park tour. I mean, if you want to stay on the site, you have to book that 18 months in advance. People plan their lives in this community, not just in the school system, based on the calendar that we passed 9 months ago. So I think changing it would be a drastic and unprecedented step.
Ms. Walker.
So my follow-up question would be, and like I said, I've already admitted that, and some of us here wish we'd have paid more attention at that time, but I can tell you now, looking at all these problems, why did the calendar committee not anticipate these problems? These are big, big issues. And the daughter that just graduated not long ago is really concerned about the AP exam schedule and things like that. It's a big deal to these students, especially the ones that work super, super hard all the time. And, and we're hearing from people that know what they're talking about when it comes to this calendar. The principals and staff that really do understand from a student perspective how hard this is going to be. So my question is, why didn't all these issues come up then? I feel like they should have been obvious.
Madam Chair, to respond to that, they were obvious, they did come up, and this was the best situation we had given the calendar flexibility. They're not surprises to us. Our intention when we started was to align the calendar. When we can get back to that earlier Monday, the 23rd, the 24th, my intention again would be to align the calendar. Of course we want to align the calendars. But to Ms. Adams' other point, we had to give teachers a day off, remember? They were hurting, remember we had to call a special meeting to get one of those days. We booked that time because y'all sat here, we all agreed, teachers are getting crushed. You're gonna crush them again. You're gonna crush them again. Or you're gonna sacrifice time in the classroom. It's the best of a bad vote. It's the best we had. That was the decision we made, and we anticipated every problem.
Mr. McManus.
I'm so confused and bothered because close to double-digit individuals on that committee told me totally different from what I'm hearing. And hang on. And so I don't know the validity Now I'm questioning many things that I have been told. And I didn't go knocking on the door to solicit. So, would you be willing to call the calendar committee together? There are only 20 of them, and let them meet and say that they support this calendar? My issue is not, quite frankly, the calendar, although as a high school principal, I don't particularly about fond of it. My issue is someone is not telling the correct information, and I'm being nice. And I'd like to find out who it is. Please.
All right, so Mr. McManus, to your point, this was an information session where Dr. Faison was just telling us what happened. We are not here to attack her and what the committee did before.
Nobody's attacking her.
Well, we are. We're being very confrontational and accusatory. Yes, we are.
Excuse me, Ms. Craybill, if I've done anything to feel like I'm
Fine. I am fine, guys.
I started by saying your position, not your personal.
So what we are morphing to from an information session is asking for her to do something. So, and that's not normally what happens in information. That's why I'm just trying to get to where we really are in this. I mean, if somebody wants to make the motion to do something, then let's do it. Let's have us all vote on it. I don't think we should be doing the back and forth. So I have one last comment from Ms. Justice, one last comment from Ms. Adams, and then we are going to end the discussion. So go ahead.
Let her comment first, because I was going to make a motion.
My comment, thank you, Ms. Justice. My final comment was just, we've talked a lot about the training and seclusion rooms. Training takes teacher work days. We put compressed schedules in. We don't get the time to do the training that everyone in this room has been advocating for. You need to understand the balance. None of this is easy. We cannot have all of the components. We have to work through it. We have to be smart about the decisions, and training takes time. We need to be able to provide time with a calendar that supports the teachers within that professional development pathway.
And so we also have to remember this calendar's been approved by DPI already, so we would have to do all of that submission before we can move into that. Professional development for the staff has already been set up, including our letters training, where substitute teachers were obtained at a discount or free rate. And so that's already in the works, and we would lose that if we change the calendar. Teachers have created lesson plans according to pacing guides that align with the calendar. And parents, like we've said before, parents and employees alike have made plans for their holidays and their breaks. Ms. Justice, take us home.
Okay, it's not home. This is going to be a motion, but...
That's what I meant.
Boy, I wish I could write everything down, but I move that we go ahead and change our current calendar to end the first semester, or first, whatever you call it nowadays. It's so hard to keep track of the different changing names of what the
It's a semester
school year,
that hasn't
the
changed.
semester, to end the semester before January the 1st. That's pretty much it. We can vote on that, and then we can move from there. We've got to discuss it, too.
Okay, is there a second to that? If there's no second, then we need a second.
Well, we can have discussion. Okay, I'll
Yeah, we'll
second
have a
for
discussion when we do a
We
second.
haven't voted yet, okay.
Okay,
Second.
so there's a first and a second to the motion to change the 22-23 calendar.
Madam Chair, point of clarification
Hold on.
on the motion.
Okay.
If we say before January 1st, technically we could end the semester. I don't know when. I don't think that's a good motion. Let's come up with a date at which point we want to end the semester, not just any time after January 10th.
December 31st, is
December
it 31 days in December?
All right, so Ms. Justice, do you want to amend your motion?
I guess the December 31st.
Well, we would have to end it on a school day, Ms. Justice.
Okay, what's the last
Yes,
day
ma'am.
of school before the holidays, all those?
Right now, and I would have a question, because right now the 21st is a workday.
Okay.
So would you keep that a workday? Will you now make
We
that an
don't know
instructional?
yet. We've got to just vote on it first. So I'll say
Okay, so
21st.
the last school day is December the 20th at the present calendar.
I would say 21st, that's the last working day, and then we'll move from there and see what goes on.
So you are amending your motion to, Mr. Shive, jump in if I'm making a mistake. The motion is now to change the 22-23 calendar to end the first semester on December the 21st. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right, and that, the folks who seconded it, is that all right? Are you still seconding that motion?
Yeah, I'd like to have a discussion.
Are you still seconding that what she just
Yes,
said?
I
Okay,
just-
all right, so now, is there any additional discussion based on what any more than we've already added? Ms. Walker?
I mean, that's one of the issues. I don't know if that helps all the issues. I would like to be able to have a further discussion before we make any drastic, I mean, I want to make changes.
I agree. Well, yeah, keep on talking.
I want to make changes, I do, and I see
Gotcha.
multiple issues with the calendar, not just the one that you know, you're referring to, which was an issue. I don't know and how we can do that, but I would like maybe a motion that would lead us to discussion that will make changes for the whole calendar, perhaps the
I think that's what we just did. We made a motion to change it.
Hers was very specific.
Yep.
So do you want to make another motion to change this
I'm
motion?
having a discussion is what I'm doing right now. So I'm not making any motion right now. I'm having a discussion about the motion. And I don't know. I'd like to hear from other board members.
Hang on.
Please.
I got you.
Ms. Justice?
I want to amend the motion. This is a different motion. I motion that we have a special session within the next 2 weeks to discuss the calendar situation and then make a decision from there. Because, believe it or not, we tried to do this at the end of the summer when we discovered the problems, and we were stopped. We need a special meeting
Is
so
there
we can do
something
it
in your
right.
eye, Ms. Justice?
Yeah, I just said it. I amended it to, so instead, I'm amending it to having a special meeting to discuss ending the calendar.
So, Mr. Scheid, help me.
I think technically that would be you're withdrawing your initial motion and making a new motion.
Okay, I'll do it that way then.
Okay,
I'm
so
withdrawing
we
my
are
motion.
withdrawing that motion, and the first and the second. So, Ms. Justice, go ahead.
Well, I'm withdrawing the motion that we have a special meeting to discuss the calendar. I'm withdrawing my first motion, and I'm just doing a new motion, that we have a special meeting for all of us to sit down and discuss the calendar, and that way people can bring information that are so concerned about what's going on. That means you can supply it to us also. Maybe Hugh, you can hear from, Mr. McManus, you can hear from these people about clearing up some of that information.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to have a special meeting to discuss changing the 22-23 calendar made by Ms. Justice. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Ms. Walker. Is there any discussion?
Yes. Madam Chair.
Mr. McManus? I'll get you.
I am one of the 7 that guilty of approving the calendar when Nelson brought it to us, regardless of the times we were going through, and we were, but we didn't do our homework. I just, in all good conscience, I have to say that to change the calendar this late would be just create another whole set of problems we haven't even thought about. And quite candidly, I don't see how we can do that. I accept responsibility for approving the calendar. I don't like it. I'd like to change it,
Why can't
but it would create so much. I just don't think everybody's prepared to. We can't do it. We've got too many people who've made too many plans. The schools. I mean, we're making a major, absolute reconstruction when school's already started. I just don't think it's the wise thing to do.
Ms. Justice?
We have 5 months before, I guess it's before December. There's an awful lot. If we made a mistake to say we can't fix it, then there's something wrong with us sitting up here. We were elected to do the right thing. And I know there's huge problems. They were all listed. But I think a vacation at a camp, a federal park, is not near as important as our children. A majority of our children are succeeding in life, and they need to get the best opportunity by having the best calendar that fits their needs. And we can do that. We may decide against it. We may leave it the way it is. But if we admit and say we can't do what we were elected to do, then this is an extremely sad board up here. I would just add, I know there's discussion on parks and vacations and parents that aren't putting their calendars in right.
But the point is, how's this going to affect the children, the high school kids, the ones going to college, the ones that are working their tails off to get through their schooling? And I think for me, that's the higher issue here. And I don't want to upset people, but at the same time, if we're here to kind of do things for the sake of children, I'd really like to just keep that in mind as our forethought, So I really do agree. I think we should at least get together and discuss it, and, whatever happens will happen. And Mr. Advantage, you can vote against it too, that's fine. But I think, we voted when we probably shouldn't have, with not the information that we didn't have, and now we have it. We have a lot of things, and mind you, I do want to agree with Ms. Justice, we did try and have a meeting before school started, and it just didn't, it didn't work out. So I agree, we should at least have another discussion about it.
Mr. Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we're saying the same exact thing. I don't understand where the data that you guys are looking at is coming from that says this calendar is not student-centered. Nobody's shown me that data. Nobody's discussed it. I understand, as a college instructor, the benefit of having high school students take their exams before. I understand that. Again, that was the intent. If you go back and have a special meeting, you will find the exact same problems that the calendar committee ran up against. And you will vote, I believe, in good conscience, that you can't do that. You can't place that burden on the other students. Dual enrolled students are important. All of our students are important. This is the calendar that I felt and still feel best suits the needs of the entire community.
Mr. Williborn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I go back to the idea of what's best for our students. And I know people are going to start throwing paper wads at me or something, but I did, in the interim while we were arguing, look up Pender County schools. I know we compare ourselves with the Big 12 all the time, and that's good. And I know Pender County has a different set of needs than we do. They're a low wealth district. Their calendar starts the same time as ours does and ends December 21st here. So I don't think there's any reason we can't at least take the time and discuss it.
So, I need for Dr. Barnes also to come to I need for both of you to explain what the 6 hours means and what happens in order to get to ending by Christmas. What would that take? How many instructional days would you have to have? Because then we'd be in violation. Because we have to have, what was counted was 6.5, and we technically aren't doing 6.5, we're doing 6 hours. So you have to multiply the 6 hours in order to get to that 1025. And so I want you two to explain in full so that everyone understands what you're doing. And what the calendar looked like. I'm sorry, and then the other part where all of the teacher work days. Explain that portion, because I'm not sure everyone up here understands about the teacher work days. And at the beginning of the year versus having, 16 all at one, and then 6, however many we have at the end. So helping everyone to understand what they are voting on prior to.
Okay. So currently, and I'll let Chris jump in, currently there are counties that count what we call, they count recess and different things because they actually plan, the teachers have to plan, do PE goals, and teach during recess. So there are counties that do that, so that adds to their hours. There are also counties where the amount of transition time to get from one side of Hargard to the other, the students have 2 minutes, so they've cut that time. So that is part of the issue. And one thing, and I'm gonna let Chris jump in, I would say the question that I would have for anyone if we were to change it now, how does that affect teachers who are currently teaching in the courses that they've mapped out and the AP courses and the other courses that we have for first semester that are gonna get 73 days and the other ones will get, the other semester will get 96. So I would just throw that out at everyone.
In addition, understanding, when does the instructional day actually start?
The instructional day is 6 hours. So
But
it
when
starts
does it
when
start?
no homeroom, it starts when instruction starts.
So high school, when first period.
When first period
math.
starts, not any homeroom, not any transition, and you have to go by the smallest amount of time. So if you have one school that's going 6 point something, you have to go by the school with the least amount of time. And most of our elementary schools were right at 6. So we have to, as a district, multiply our numbers by 6. So with this calendar right now, we have 1050. The minimum you can have is 1025. We have 1050.
So what does that mean?
What that means is, if you're out for a day of weather, you don't have to make up that day. If you go to the minimum, if a pipe bursts at a school and they're out for hours, they have to go back and make those hours up. Because you have no time. So we don't have a lot of time, period. So if we were out for a week, we would have to make up time because we don't have any extra days. We have 4 extra 25 hours, 25 hours. And that is why most districts build in, even I would say with Pender, because they do some different things with their day, that structured recess, where what I think and what I've been told. Okay, I'm not a
That's in
Pender.
elementary.
But districts do cut the time of the transitional time, and they use what we call a structured recess, where teachers are actually writing lesson plans to match PE goals to do recess, so then it becomes another instructional part of the day. I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
Yeah, this is what we.
Excuse me, it's his turn to talk, and
He
then
was
Ms.
just-
Adams is next.
He just asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So a couple of things. First off, I want everyone to understand too that the General Assembly has created a very complex calendar law, which does not have a lot of wiggle room to it, especially this new thing about you have to start the Monday closest to the 26th of August, which for the next several years will put us at the 29th. So it really hampers us. From my time as a high school principal, I just want you to consider a couple of things for your edification. One, if I have one semester that is 75 days long and one semester that is 95 days long, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That creates a semester that's much smaller. There's inequity in the amount of instructional time. The other thing I want to say is that you can look at instructional time based on how much instruction is happening in the building, or you can look at it by what time the kids start the building and end the building, right? What time they walk in the door and what time they leave. That 1,025 hours was a sort of agreement that, okay, if you can't make 180 days, because quite literally it's difficult to make 180 days of instruction with the time they've given us, because you almost have no flexibility at all. So they said, well, 1,025 hours per instructional year. That's a minimum. It's not a recommendation. So I just want to remember that we don't have to go to just the minimum amount of hours that are needed. And I think what Dr. Faison was trying to reference was, if we have a hurricane or have some kind of catastrophic thing, having a few days in the bank doesn't hurt anybody either. So that was the only things I wanted to make sure.
And I want to just say, because when you said high school principal, it threw me back. There are things that we can work with our high school principals with the AP exams and working with the students throughout. We do it across our state because it's an issue across our state. We're not the first ones with this issue. We won't be the last. So it is a valid issue, but there's something that we can work with our principals to work with our teachers on how to make sure students are getting the content and doing refresher courses, because that's what most high school principals have to do with the lockhole calendar that we have for our state.
Ms. Adams?
Just really quickly. Really quickly, I'd like to thank the board members, Ms. Walker and Mr. McManus, I think you said it too, that have acknowledged, and Mr. Wildebohr, I think you mentioned it. If you had concerns, we didn't do that, right? So I thank you for saying that, right? That's on us. We talk about this all the time. We are elected, the buck stops here. So I appreciate that. I think if we try to do this right now, even a meeting to talk about it, I am completely open to having a meeting talking about 23-24. I think there are definite improvements that can be made. I think that bringing the stakeholders and the plan that you've put into place, I think it's a fantastic idea to get more voices to the table. However, at this time, I feel that it would be just so irresponsible to do to our schools. And I don't think it's in the best interest of students. I think it would be jarring, and I'm tired of freaking people out. Being a school board member during COVID is the worst. It has been the worst. And we have made too many decisions that people have gone, what? They did what? And I'm tired of doing that. And if we do that, we're going to do it again. And I don't want to do that to our people or our students.
Okay, so we're going to go down the line, okay? So the other thing that I just
Excuse
want
me.
to bring up, so I believe that if we change this policy right now, that it is very callous of us in not taking into account what our teachers have already done. One of our people who stood up and spoke tonight talked about teachers aren't leaving necessarily because of the money. They're leaving because we don't respect them. And talk about a smack in the face and a morale non-booster was when all their planning that they have done, and we go yank, it's over with that. I think it would also be a smack in the face to the 22-23 calendar committee that spent their time trying to put this together in the best that they could under the direction of Dr. Smith, not under the direction of Mr. Boyer. And finally, I looked up Brunswick County's calendar as our other neighbor, and their last day of the first semester is January the 20th. So we've already, and theirs pretty much mirrors ours exactly. So I am having a real hard time with us pulling the rug out from underneath teachers who have planned, done their pacing guides, and they're ready to roll. Ms. Walker?
Well, I really wish we wouldn't sit up here and talk about what we're trying to do to people to harm them. I don't think that's any of our intention to do that, first of all. And second of all, when we get feedback, it's very much what we've gotten from the community at this point with the glaring problems. I'm looking for solutions. I'm not looking to upend everybody's vacation plans and upset people. I think we can't ignore when people come to us with these problems, and they are big problems for some of these high school students. So all we were suggesting to do is talking about it. No one's saying we're going to vote, change a policy, or move whatever. We have to have solutions, and when we have this much input and feedback from people, and I don't mean just parents or whatever people think with silos. I mean, we've been hearing from a lot of people, including teachers and principals, that would prefer fixing this problem, so.
Ms. Justice?
This is why we need a meeting. You guys have been going on for the last 15 minutes about why it is or isn't possible. And all I asked was for a vote. Instead, you give all the reasons about why it isn't. That's why we need the meeting. I wanted this meeting weeks before school started, and somebody blocked it. And this is the kind of thing that's not helping our kids. We need to be working together as a team to try to do the best for the kids. And we're getting a zillion tons of feedback. And it's to think, and things are doable, or maybe they're not. But that's the idea of having a meeting. I trust you guys' professionalism. But what I don't trust is that we have all the right information to do the right thing. And we get slammed constantly by the public for our decisions when we don't make decisions. Things happen and we get blamed. Now we're going to get blamed for this because we didn't do it right in the first place. That night.
That's on us.
No, you know that it's on me for voting on it, because that night I asked those questions and I was exhausted and we hadn't yet done the board chair thing. It'd been going on all day, all the information behind the scenes. You should see what goes on here sometimes.
All right, I'm going to call the question. Ms. Billy, will you please call the roll? Let me restate the motion. The motion is to have a special meeting to discuss changing the calendar for 22-23. Brought forth by Judy Justice, seconded by Stephanie Walker. So, Ms. Billy, please call the roll. Start at the end, please.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yeah, I'll discuss it. Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I think it's serious enough. We do need to discuss it. So I say yay.
No.
And Ms. Craybill?
And no. So that's a 4-3 that we will have a special meeting. So everybody get your calendars out. Let's pick something right now. And while we're looking at our calendars, I just would like to remind the public that all of the calendar committees' meetings were videoed, and you're welcome to go watch them on YouTube, including our board meetings where we had discussions and we voted. Also would like to just remind folks that these agendas don't have to go on that long, and for us to have to be voting at things at 10 o'clock at night.
Madam Chair,
What?
I propose a special meeting as soon as the staff can
That's what I'm
do
saying.
the extra work. So I would say Friday. I don't know, I'm so sorry, Dr. Faust, I don't know if that's
Nope.
possible.
I am
But
not
it's
available till
urgent.
next week.
Ms. Graybill, my only available day between now and the next 2.5 weeks is the 19th.
Okay.
I'm available tonight.
Mr. Wildebohr, what'd you say?
I said I am available on the 19th.
On the 19th, okay?
Ms.
That's-
Graybill, is there
that's-
anything the
that's
board
kinda
would like
getting
for me to,
Pardon me?
was there anything if the board
No,
would like for
thank
me
you.
to
You-
gather?
you-
Okay.
you may
Okay.
have a
Thank you,
seat.
Dr.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faison, seriously.
Really not.
The 19th is a good day for me.
19 work.
2 weeks. I hope everybody out there who had flights cancels them.
If any, I mean,
What?
if you need to meet before then, I won't be able to be there, that's all.
Okay. Are there any other dates that anyone is offering? I'm good on the 19th. It's
Yeah.
really, that's not soon enough,
How about the 12th?
basically.
Let's do the 12th.
It should be sooner.
How about next Monday?
Gotta have
Well, the
time
12th,
to-
let me see the 12th.
Yeah, what is the
Yeah,
12th?
The 12th is a Monday.
It's next Monday.
Mondays, I can handle that. Right. As long as it doesn't conflict with,
It
and
needs to be afternoon for me, after lunch.
1
not to
o'clock.
conflict with my
I
grandchildren.
have an EDI meeting at 5, so.
1
Before
o'clock.
5.
All right, let's do this. Ms. Bowie, will you please help out and send out a doodle poll for us with some suggested dates? I don't know what is it a doodle poll or a doodle Google something? Would you do that for us? Okay. All right, and so then I will let the board know what we come up with for that, and then it will be noticed appropriately. Okay, I would like to take a break, but I do think we need to keep plowing on because we're almost to closed session.
Madam Chair, just wanted to make a quick announcement. We're supposed to have a calendar committee meeting for next year's calendar tomorrow. I think,
On September the 8th.
I think it's best to go ahead and cancel that to let our staff work on the other calendar.
Well, that makes sense.
That's a lot of work.
You are our calendar committee.
I mean, if we're gonna have the focus should be probably be on the calendar itself.
Okay, so do you want to just convene a calendar committee meeting and any board member that wants to attend can listen in? Because we can't take board action at a calendar committee meeting.
No, what I'm saying is for next year's 23-24 calendar, which we were supposed to discuss on the 8th,
Right.
we're just going to cancel that meeting and move it to a date after, was it the 12th or the 19th? What did we decide?
We're going to do a doodle poll to pick a date.
Okay.
I have the 12th and the 19th as the only two dates that have been
We
suggested.
need all 7 of us here. I think we've shown that in the past. We need 7 board members.
Well, we need a majority, whatever, you know, the usual. We don't have special meetings.
What time? To be sure.
Are we going to go with the 12th?
Yeah, 12 sounds good.
All right, how about the 12th at 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
That works.
You can't come on the 2nd? Okay.
No, we're just going to spin our wheels and end up 3-3.
Yeah, but everybody wants that. We already voted to do it, so we got to do something.
I will motion that we have a meeting on the 19th.
Do what?
I will motion that we have a meeting on the 19th. I think everybody needs to be here.
I'm fine with either.
19th to the 12th, guys.
I mean, the sooner the better, is what was suggested,
Well,
and the 12th looks like it's,
I say let's take our chances on the 12th, that somebody will change their mind after more thought, and they can't use the excuse that I didn't have enough time to make a decision. So let's go with the 12th at 2 p.m.
I don't know what that statement just meant.
It's the Monday, Monday the 12th.
Here.
You said 2 o'clock?
2 p.m.
Sounds good.
And we are calling that a special meeting to discuss the 22-23 calendar. That will be the only item on our agenda. Okay. Moving on. The next item up on our agenda is, all right, so I know you want a break, but we've got to hear the strategic plan, we've got to hear graduation requirements, we've got to hear transportation, we've got to hear seclusion.
So can we
And
take a
so that
break?
is 20, 30, 35. And then we go to, does anybody else need a break?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a 3-minute break and then be back. We are an hour off schedule. next up on our agenda is Dr. Barnes to give us the update, the first update on the strategic plan. Are you ready? Okay.
Man, I was born ready.
I know you were. That's why I called you.
So we're going to spend about 5 or 6 minutes, and I'm going to talk about something that everyone in this room is going to agree on together.
Yeah.
Amen. All right.
Glory, glory.
So if someone can get the view up for that, we'll work with what we got for now.
No, he's using
All right.
facetiousness.
So we have 6 goals in our strategic plan, and tonight we're going to be focusing on goal number 3. If someone wants to change the slide, thank you. Which is creating a supportive environment for teachers and staff. Next slide, please. Now, the goal is to ensure that our staff performs their duties at an optimum level by creating a supportive environment for them. And it breaks down really into what we looked at was 3 goals. Now, when I first got here, I've used the words obtain, train, and retain as the most important things with HR, which is obtain the best candidates, train them to be better, and retain the people that are good for kids. And this actually kind of pivots it into a more academic-minded sentence by talking about efficiency, efficacy, and equity, which I think we can all get behind. And the idea is that we'll be focusing tonight on 2 areas, which is our HR efficiency and our new teacher efficacy. So next slide, please. So because I've been looking at news reports from around the state, mostly because I'm in desperate need of a hobby. And I've found several news reports over the last week. CMS, Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, opened school this year with 390 teacher vacancies. Wake County listed 401 teacher vacancies and 266 bus drivers short. Durham County, which is only about 10 schools more than us, was trumpeting the fact that they only had 144 teacher vacancies. And according to the data from the North Carolina School Superintendents Association, vacancies were about 20% higher this year than last year at all schools. Vacancies among teachers in kindergarten through 5th grade have increased by 65% in North Carolina compared to last year. So all total, we did the state superintendent to report nearly 4,400 statewide teacher vacancies this year at the first day of school. And ours, we had 8. 6 teacher vacancies, 2 other classroom vacancies. We had on the first day of school about 15 teacher assistant vacancies, and we had 104 bus drivers out of 116. So I wanted to reference the fact that as a state, this is a really challenging time to find and recruit good, solid teachers. I was hoping to stand up here and say we had no teacher vacancies, because I will hold that the way to retain staff is to have a full staff. Because a large number of vacancies create more vacancies. Because the work that everyone has to do to cover for people that are not there, the constant retraining and helping new people, mentoring new people, all those things create more vacancies. So if we can go to the next slide real quick. This year, at the first day of school, we had 41 of our schools that were 100% fully staffed with classroom teachers. And we had 0 math teacher vacancies across the district, 0 science teacher vacancies across the district, and 0 exceptional children teacher vacancies across the district. We saw an increase in our diverse hiring staff, and we saw an increase in our targeted benefits from our targeted recruiting strategies. So when we look at efficiency, I want to make sure you guys understand that in a time when everyone is searching for the best teachers, we were able to find good people to come here, certified, solid educators to come work with us here. I want to make sure I reference, I know that Dr. Faust, you said it earlier, a lot of that work was done in the trenches by members of our HR staff working in collaboration with principals and really targeting vacancies as early as possible to make sure that we had people in the hopper day one. In fact, right now we're working on vacancies where someone's retiring in December, and we're recruiting and looking for those vacancies now so that kids don't see a bump or a gap from one teacher to another if somebody leaves. So moving on to our second goal of efficacy, wanted to reference our beginning teacher support program. This year we have 273 beginning teachers that are teachers in year 1, 2, or 3. So for the first 3 years of a teacher's career, they get intensive support over that time. So we have 273, and 49 of those include specialized licenses, like a permit to teach or an emergency license or what's called a residency license. A lot of you guys who are educators probably knew it as lateral entry. They've changed the name. One of the great things that we do is circle our new teachers with a great deal of support from their local mentor inside their school, their buddy teacher, a lead mentor for those schools who have a large number of beginning teachers. The admin team is supporting them as well as we have beginning teacher support specialists who work district-wide to help retain people. Now you may ask, is it working? Last year, we retained 87% of our beginning teachers. Now studies show that the primary time you will lose new teachers is the year between years 1 through 5. You'll see almost a 30% turnover over that course of that time because people feel like they don't have support, they feel overwhelmed, and we have been able to retain 87% of our year 1, 2s, and 3s. So that's great. Want to recognize and thank the Rotary Club who do a lot of work with our beginning teachers. They actually came and gave every beginning teacher a gift card to Staples so they could buy school supplies for their year. And of course, as you know, they also support our BT Rookie Teacher of the Year program as well. So those are just a couple of the highlights I wanted to make sure that I put across your desk. We are working really hard to make sure that our substitutes don't have to cover vacancies, that they can cover classroom absences, so that people aren't having to cover each other's classrooms, people are having more time for planning and more time to work with the kids directly.
Are there any questions? Mr. Wildebohr?
This is a new question. It's just a salute. Boy, I tell you, I think you need to, get a pat on the back and your whole group, all the principals that worked in this. I think, that's outstanding. So I just want to.
Well,
Thank you.
I do want to direct that clapping. That clapping really goes towards Jennifer, Jen Carey, you met earlier today, Jennifer Geller, David Bittner, Edna, Fran, Patty, those folks, Tabitha, who work in doing all of the hiring they've done all summer.
So if you are watching, I hope you're not, but we salute you. So thank you. Ms. Justice?
Still early, maybe they are watching. How many how many teachers, I don't know quite else how to ask it, how many teachers do we have overall? You said we have 273 beginning teachers. How many teachers out of, I think we got about 3,300?
We have about 3,800 staff altogether.
Yeah, how many teachers?
About half of those are teachers, so a little more than half. So I would say about 1,600 to 1,700.
Say 1,650 then?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a feel how many new teachers we've got in the buildings, because, okay, thank you.
Another retention, and please don't take that 1,650 as an exact number, folks. I don't have that number.
Oh, yeah, I'm
exact
not right off
my
here.
head. But, we talk a lot about retention. The way we retain people is to start by retaining our new teachers and get them invested and get them successful so that helps in the later years.
Mr. McManus?
I've had the pleasure the last week visiting quite many schools, and I visited 4 today, as a matter of fact. And I have not walked in a school where the entire environment was not absolutely 100% from last year's. I was excited. In fact, I was in one school, they had a fight, and it was like nothing ever happened. They kept right on doing everything. Everybody was laughing, smiling. Those 2 kids had to sit down, bless their hearts. It was so cool. I was so impressed. Just the positive attitude. And everybody, they were working hard. And I just have to say that. It's just another whole world. So,
Ms. Adams?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus.
I'm just adding the kudos as well. As someone that's in the HR space on the business side, people cannot find people. And not only are you finding people, you are finding quality, certified, experienced people. I know my son had a new teacher this year, and I was nervous. I was like, uh-oh, is it going to be a BT? Are they going to have support, right? We have a certified, experienced teacher that came from another county. Why? Because New Hanover County is the place people want to be. So that is a testament to your department. That is a testament to this administration. And just thank you. I know our kids are getting the best because that is who you are seeking and finding. So thank you.
Well, what we say in the HR department, we say that the way you treat people matters, and we try to communicate that when we interact with those staff every day. So.
Mr. Boyer?
Yeah, to piggyback off of Ms. Adams, keep going. slow down a little bit before we have to fill a vacancy, because somebody can pay you better than we can. It's been a miracle to watch you work, and I think everybody up here has seen it, and I'm just really appreciative. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, oh, I'm not the one doing the work.
Well, thank you to
Just
your entire team.
The good-looking face out front.
That's
But, the staff just worked, my staff, my staff just worked, the HR staff worked tirelessly all summer.
Ladies, you're not following your Robert's Rules of Order.
Calling principals weekly, daily, that really testament goes out to the work that, the collaboration between principals and the HR staff.
Yeah, and also too, I had the opportunity this week when I was visiting to meet one of our student scholarship recipients who's been to school and been back, fourth grade teacher at Anderson. And he was really nervous, but he was excited, to be there. And so we're getting them from everywhere. And I just want to reiterate that this does not look like a hemorrhage to me. This looks like a coming in, waterfall, cascading, into our district. And we are so very appreciative of all of the efforts of your department.
Well, the song says accentuate the positive, even the negative. So we have a lot of good stuff that we're doing going on.
Ms. Walker?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do my
Sorry,
hand
Ms.
thing.
Walker has something.
I was trying to get her attention because she didn't look over here. I just wanted to say that I know we have asked you to we had some tall orders, especially for Gregory and for Mr. Johnson over here, and I appreciate how hard you worked on that because, we don't always get requests, but we were paying attention to what some schools did need and what we needed from Mr. Johnson. Having an equity officer, it's going to make such a huge difference, especially you see with student voice how that's going to help things. I just want to tell you I appreciate that because I've emailed with you, but we don't ever get a chance to say it enough. I don't think.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Next up on our agenda is a brief report from transportation. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, transportation's first.
It's graduation. That's my graduation.
Oh, did I skip? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought I drew a line through the wrong thing. Ms. Farnham? Yeah. Sorry.
Good evening. Just to give you guys an update and some clarification on policy 3460 graduation requirements. To offer a clarification, there's been no policy change, as you know, and there's been no change to regulations. I will, however, be bringing you a suggested regulation to policy 3460 with regard to reduced elective credits, but I'll bring that to a policy committee meeting first. So there's been a lot of dialogue around graduation requirements in the last few weeks, last couple months. And quite honestly, board policy was not being followed with consistency, and therefore monitoring procedures were put into place to support board policy, and mainly to support the intent and the vision of board policy. And again, to kind of reiterate what the first paragraph of 3460 shares is the intent and vision for student achievement in preparation to be career and college ready and productive members of society. So there are really two prongs to the monitoring process that were put into place. One, making sure that we are following to the letter of 3460 and also state board policy with regard to graduation requirements, because it's not just a certain number of credits, it's credits in the right places. And then in addition, the CPR requirement. But then also, another part of this is related to pending work within the General Assembly on how schools are funded and the funding formula being adopted for the full-time equivalency of students, and that report is being presented from DPI to General Assembly in October. And we know that we have operated under the ADM formula for per student funding, which is average daily membership. But the General Assembly is looking at a full-time equivalent of that to be based on hours that students are in school, meaning hours that they are scheduled for courses. So all of that put together, we met with our high school administrators in May at the end of the school year, around the time we were having some discussions around graduation requirements and monitoring our transcript audits and our predicted grad report, which we were able to predict very closely based on the work that the staff in the schools were doing regarding student advisement, and came up with those reiterations of policy compliance, maintaining full schedules and ensuring that students that are operating under a reduced elective credit are not early graduates, but given every opportunity to be career and college ready.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Ms. Justice?
Okay. Thank you. And I do understand the policy hadn't been followed. We were informed of that last year. And that's why these changes, and they are changes, have been made, which is now we're implementing policy properly. My concern is all the questions that I got from parents and other people, because there was, and I agree, we need to be following policy, but the way that it was implemented without any warning, without any backup plan, whose kids, a lot of these, the kids that, the ones that we heard from, whose parents were vocal enough, this really changed their senior year, big time. And to me, if we have been doing this, not following policy for many years, somebody somewhere, in my opinion, should have communicated better what was going on with these families, once you knew it was going to happen, not wait until the end of the summer and then surprise. And also, maybe worked with those families, and I hope you have, to make it possible for these kids that made these plans with colleges and jobs and other things, to be able to at least have this year working, fixed. Next year, year after, that is absolutely fine, but this was sprung on so many families. And we get the feedback. In fact, I got blamed. Some of these letters from these families, we were getting blamed for this. So, to me, I don't know why it happened the way it did, but it really did make some lives very difficult from some of our seniors this year. And I'm not blaming you, but I wish that it had been done differently so it wouldn't have been so painful.
To offer a clarification, there are exclusions to that full schedule for seniors who are eligible for graduation by the end of the first semester. Any student that, and I'm going to go on memory, the exclusion is any student that has a work or internship or opportunity that supports their post-secondary goals, they have an exclusion to a full schedule. And also any student that is working for financial stability, they also have that exclusion. So, with all due respect, I wouldn't think that I would have an opportunity not to comply with board policy. So putting into place all steps and accountability for board policy to be followed, I felt was my responsibility.
Oh, and I agree.
Hang on.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyer?
Yeah, just to speak briefly, and thank you very much, I really appreciate everything. Just to speak briefly on blame. I got blamed today because buses didn't show up on time. I got blamed today because of a behavior problem. We're getting blamed for everything. That's the nature of the beast. Blame is okay, but the important thing is that board policy is being followed now and that our administration is doing their job. And yeah, a change is going to be noticed and who you're going to call, right? It's like the opposite of Ghostbusters. It's people you don't want around. I get that, and I know it's frustrating. I'm trying to make a joke of it. It hurts. It is not fun. But just because we are being blamed for something, that is not indicative of a larger failure.
I didn't say that,
And
Nelson.
is it, I'm sorry, Ms. Walker?
No, I guess, no, thank you. I'm going to say thank you as well, because I know how hard you work. I think what I had a discussion about after some of the emails came in was that there was a board vote on reducing during COVID, I think, to the state level, which was 22, and I take it that you have to have 4 Englishes and all that stuff. But I think the students that were under that impression, and maybe I'm getting it wrong, and you can clarify and tell me I'm wrong, but we're banking on that as the number. And I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I feel like they're kind of being told now that they have to have, 6 more, because that's the policy. But correct me if I'm wrong, if the board did not vote to reduce the credits at one point during COVID?
During the 2 years most impacted by COVID, which I think are the consistent years that Dr. Faison showed on the calendar, the state board did encourage and urge local districts not to have requirements, course credit requirements above the state minimum, which is 22. And that wasn't something that was within student support. It's a 3,000 policy series. It was within curriculum and instruction, but this part has kind of shifted over to me into student support now. So at that time, it was presented by our curriculum instruction division to waive 3460 for any additional electives during the years that the state board was urging school districts not to exceed 22 credits in the right places.
Right.
Yes, but then that was just for those years at the time.
And then didn't we just revise this policy? We went back and relooked at all of that in February of 21 and
Yes.
June of 22.
Yes.
Yes, so we've had some time to change away from that waiver.
Yes, this was, this policy, your policy 3460 was in place for the entire 21-22 school year.
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, to clarify then, so we were getting these concerns about students not being able to get into college properly because they had made other plans 4 years ago. See, a lot of these kids set their schedules up 4 years ago when they're seniors. I'm just using that as an example, correct? When you go in your freshman year, you pick out your schedule, you go through that, and we now know that some of that was wrong. And so now that they were changing this year, and these were the communications we were getting, and thank you, by the way, for clarifying that. Thank you for clarifying that. So now you have worked with all these parents that have these concerns and have these problems, that because you can use financial reasons or educational, I mean, is these problems solved from these students that were 4 years ago had made their schedule out, and then suddenly this summer, in August, in fact, found out that things were going to have to change and really disrupted some lives?
So I don't want to speak too much for what I'm personally doing in this. I don't schedule students. The high schools do that.
Yeah.
And I don't do academic advisement on the individual student level. We have provided training with our administrators. We had discussion with our principals, our high school principals in May, when we were, along the same time we were discussing with you the concerns that we had regarding our predicted grad report and looking at where all of our students were landing with regard to graduation requirements. And that was a discussion throughout the summer, but handed that to administrators at that time. They're building the master schedule. Master schedules are not completed in August. Master schedules really are pretty well completed by May.
Right,
and then
right.
you're making some minor adjustments across the summer. So which is why we provided that to them along with their timeline for creating their master schedule. So the communication really was needing to come from that school to those families, and I know many did. I know we heard more from some and not from others. But quite honestly, in clarifying with our administrators the exclusions, I've not come across a scenario where we aren't meeting the needs of a child or a student and their schedule. I also want to reiterate that we have board policy under academic advisement that also requires that our counselors who make the individual student scheduling in that 4-year plan that you were referring to. Yes, a freshman comes in with an idea of their 4-year plan, and as policy says, and the regulation that I'll be bringing to the policy committee to support that, every student needs to come in with the board policy in mind of 28 credits. They have an opportunity for 32, but coming in knowing that you will achieve at least 28 credits towards your graduation in order to fulfill the board's mission of being career and college ready. So the policy under academic advisement says every school counselor meets with everyone on their caseload each semester, where that 4-year plan is continually adjusted. So I don't understand why these are surprises to folks, and putting a monitoring plan in place to support our schools in meeting board policy became really essential when we realized that, when we looked at our audit results from last year.
Right, and thank you. And the thing is, it just, and this is the responsibility of the individual schools, it sounds from what you said, to work with the students and to try to correct the situation. But it just did happen this last spring as far as some of these adhering to the policy. So that you can understand why some of these, the guidance counselors didn't have a chance to do that last fall or the fall before with their yearly meetings. So that's, I'm glad to hear what happened. I just wish the communication with some of these parents had been less shocking and strange. How's that sound?
Anybody else have a comment? Okay, thank you, Ms. Varnum, we appreciate your time. Nick, do you want to stay up and do seclusion while you're up there? And then we'll let Eddie,
Eddie's like, dang.
Eddie will bring us home on the info session.
I know, he's like, he's
Eddie, it's not your turn yet, again. Okay, so I'm going to revisit my notes for a second. The addition of seclusion and restraint was to provide a training update, funding update, and kind of a clarification of timeline to really kind of help everyone understand where we are and where we're headed. So I want to clarify a couple of things because the further discussion since this was added to the agenda in tonight's meeting, I think I need to add a few other pieces in there. Okay. So a few things that I definitely want to share is, over the past year, our school leaders have been receiving specific training and technical support on the implementation of Policy 4302. And Policy 4302 specifically is that school plan for the management of student behavior. The regulation to that policy, 4302-R, is the regulation around the use of seclusion and restraint. So seclusion and restraint isn't its own policy, it's a part of that school plan for the management of student behavior. That policy 4302 requires our schools to create and adopt their plan for the management of student behavior as a part of their school improvement plan. They are at that individual school level paying attention to their own student demographics, their needs of their students within their schools. And I just want to reiterate that these are the staff that in discussions we identify as our trusted and respected staff. They are creating their plans within their buildings, using their data, and using the tools that they've been provided in professional development. Some schools have used templates that have been provided as a part of professional development with them. Some are using those as a guide and using their own template. It's okay, they get to work through that process. Those plans, again, are due to administration by mid-September, and are scheduled to be reported to the board in October. I will reiterate that training dollars were submitted as a part of the budget requests, but those were not adopted as one of the board's priorities over addressing the compensation study and staff wages. So when that training opportunity, as far as funding, was not an option in this new budget year, we were seeking temporary funds or kind of relief funds, and we utilized a Safe School grant from the state, but then it was awarded at like beginning or middle of May and had to be spent by the end of June, and our teachers were not working beyond the first week of June, so we couldn't implement, and we said, please give us time to use that money in the new year, and it was, no, we'll give you another Safe Schools grant next year, which that has come out, and we're submitting. But further analysis of our ESSER carryover funds, thank you to our Chief Financial Officer and the team within federal programs, we have found additional opportunities for professional development because it's a funding need. We have our contractual relationship with Lives in the Balance and also trauma-informed and trauma-sensitive schools. Those require pay to have those professional development opportunities and to bring staff around the table to problem solve. I will tell you, in listening to the discussion about the calendar, if the calendar doesn't have professional development days or work days in, I'm again not sure how we'll be able to carry out some of that work that is planned for the remainder of this school year. And we know that this professional development for our staff is specifically for those who serve students who may exhibit behaviors requiring interventions. I also want to mention that in addition to all of this work, our principals have worked in small groups, and we'll have another one tomorrow, to analyze the seclusion and restraint data from our internal audits and for us to create further clarification or really further guardrails, strengthening of the guardrails within our guidance document that's consistent with board policy. And so with all of this work underway and the tools already provided, we're eager to review the plans that are developed by the schools. Again, our trusted and respected staff that are building those plans, and they want to show us how they are going to respond to students in their building, given the tools that they've been provided and how they're implementing those. And again, it's based on their expertise with the professional development they've been given.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Farnham. Does anybody have, Mr. Boyer?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to say, I've always been and remain in support of getting rid of seclusion and restraint. And that's the key question for me is somebody has to answer first, what happens when? I mean, this board, I think we agree, talks about everything, ad nauseum, on, and nobody has answered that question for me yet. I'm hoping that in October, that key answer of a child is in crisis, here's what we do, is forthcoming. Because that is the holdup. That's my only holdup. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And that varies from child to child. You can't just say, child in crisis, do A. Okay, Ms. Justice?
And that's where our trusted and hardworking staff will, in fact, a lot of them already have the answers. This is a cultural practice that does not go on across the country on this level. And a lot of other districts, thousands probably, have not got this issue. So we're learning how to deal with it. You can't snap your fingers and make it change, but it will be changed. And thank you for all the hard work you've done to have it happen.
Ms. Walker?
I just want to say thank you for the update. I know we kind of threw that. I tried to get it on the agenda, and I mean, an update is all that we really wanted. And I know we have to wait, and I listened to you, what you told me, and I appreciate that. And that's, we're not forcing a vote tonight. We just wanted more information. That's all. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, are you ready?
He's ready now. It's like about time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Faust did such a good job updating you with very specific numbers on where we were last week to this week. I want to just start off by thanking our bus drivers and our transportation staff.
Yes.
I know you've received emails and complaints, concerns, but I hope you have also received the emails thanking us and expressing appreciation for the extraordinary bus drivers that we have, because I have received a couple of those as well. At our opening meeting, we stressed how important it is for drivers to be in attendance. If we can't get kids to school, they never have an opportunity to learn. And last week, we averaged 2 drivers out each day. Last year, it was an average of about 10 to 12 each day. So, it's I would say this year has been better than last year. I think we're making improvements on a daily basis. The first 2 weeks are always a challenge, and that is primarily due to 2 reasons. One is traffic. Over these 2 weeks, people are going to adjust their times and adjust their schedules. We're going to adjust our times and adjust our schedules and communicate that to parents. And that will be quickly worked out. It happens every year. The other thing is a little more challenging, and it's getting accurate information. We pull our information from Power School every evening, and this year, as Dr. Faust shared, we had over 12,000 requests. We're over 13,000, or will be when we process those final 435 requests. We're back to pre-COVID numbers, but with fewer drivers. And so it is a bit of a challenge. We're going to be working with the schools, and we currently are working with the schools to resolve some of the Power School challenges and updates. We're also addressing very specific questions or concerns. I know we had started out the school year, or last week, with Holly Shelter, Trask, and Laney sharing buses. It didn't work. It looked really good on paper.
Oh, no, it did not work.
No, it looked really good on paper. And so it didn't work, and we've got a plan that's being implemented tomorrow. We reviewed that with principals and our executive directors. So we do have a plan going forward. And I'll promise you this, going forward, we will continue to update routes on a daily basis. We'll continue to address emails, questions, concerns. If it's a safety issue, we're on it. If it's a convenience issue, it's gonna have to wait. And I think where we could improve is actually communicating with our families. One of the thank yous I got was the parent that, I think they copied you, that we pushed out the notification with the Edulog app and said, hey, thank you for bringing this to our attention. It is not working. We're working with the vendor. We're on it. Please be patient. And, the same person responded with a thank you. And so I can't say enough about our need to communicate with parents and families. What I would ask parents to do, way they could really help us, is two things. Update information in Power School and give buses priority. If you see those buses exiting the lot, just stop, hold traffic, and let them go. The quicker we can get off site, the quicker we can get back. And I would also ask our schools to do those two things. Update Power School and give buses priority. Those two things will go a long way to helping us help all the families in getting these routes put together. Questions?
Well, I just would like to jump in. Thank you for answering all those emails, copying us on that, for the board packet information that you give us, detail upon detail. I don't even know when you have time to type all those while you're out in the field, watching all this. So thank you, and please do the same like Dr. Barnes did. Please thank your staff and everyone there who is just trying to work through the back to school first 2 weeks issue. Anybody else?
What are your thoughts on this app? Because, is this the first time that there's been major issues? Is that like a national thing that they had an issue with? When the app is working, it's really good. And when it's not, it's very misleading. And I'll tell you, it's not, it is a challenge for us to use as well, just because, if we have a mechanical issue with a bus or for whatever reason we have to make a substitute, then we have to do that in TIMS, notify the schools. We have to do that in the app, and it's a challenge. And the first couple of weeks, we're just not able to do that. We really haven't had that many technical problems, and so I think it's a real benefit to the parents. I think what we're finding now, the reason we're getting more calls is because so many more parents are using it. I was talking to Mr. Clausen the other day. He said we have 15,000 downloads. That's huge. I mean, that's more downloads than we have riders. So I don't know.
Different parents and the kids.
I guess I suppose a follow-up would be.
Yeah, kids do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it is being used far more now than it was a few years ago. And so I think we're to the point now where we can really, maximize that tool to share information and push out messages.
I guess at what point do you feel, we just keep using it and hoping for the best? At what point do you feel like it's something we might have to change? Unless the bugs just need to be worked out with the app. You'll let us know, right? You'll let us know.
I will. Okay. And there are some other options available, but I wouldn't do that at this point.
Yes, Mr. McManus. Oh, I think Judy's hand was up before.
No, let him go first. We'll just go down the line.
Thank you. I don't know anybody that wants your job at the beginning of the school year. Am I correct? There are over
3,000 students between Laney now and Trask? Laney's now the largest high school, is that correct?
It's pretty close. If it's not 3,000, it's pretty close.
Well, I was at Trask that one day, 2 days actually.
There's more.
And I thought she said they were
There are more than 3,000.
900. No, what was it?
Anybody got those
What's
numbers
Laney
pulled
now?
up?
It's like 2,100.
2,200?
I'm hearing there's more from the people there.
No.
Well, they
it's,
have the accurate
I know
numbers.
Laney's about 22. I thought Trask was between.
Trask is about 700 and Laney is about 2,200.
It's close to
So
that's why
it's pretty
right
close to
3,000.
3,000
And
total.
a one in and one out.
One, well, it's, as Dr. Faust said, yeah, the interior roads, parking lots, were never designed to handle that many cars. And I don't know, there's no simple solution. It's going to be, pretty major project to upgrade the site to handle that many cars. And like I said before too, when we're going to be implementing some improvements, and we're going to continue to do this and look at it, but we're going to be addressing safety. And sometimes when we address safety, it's at the inconvenience of the customer. If we make a change that's safer for students and parents and faculty, that results in parents spending more time in the traffic parent and pickup line, or we block and limit their ability to create creative drop-off and pickup places, that's what we're going to do. We're going to address safety first, and so I just don't want you to think that that's going to increase those or decrease the time or decrease the traffic.
And one thing I think, Betty, is most important is that we can only make changes to our property, but we can't do anything to the state roads. So that's out of our jurisdiction, and I know a lot of it is coming from what we get is why can't we do this? But we have no jurisdiction over the over College Road. We can't do anything out there, so it has to be on the property.
Ms. Justice?
We have lots of property, by the way. I worked there for years. My kids went to school there. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. I've worked with you for 4 years, and it's our fault. Our fault. Right now, not all of us have been here 4 years, but the 4 of us, the 3 of us that were, we should have done something 3 years ago. And we did not understand the magnitude, or some people didn't understand the magnitude of what was going on, and I don't know if people still do. I live it every day in both ends, when they come and when they go. And you know why? I have 2 kids in school in Laney, and one of them got in Holly Shelter. Oh my goodness. An hour late every day. The mornings are a nightmare. My grandson wanted me to drive him to school because he's sick of being late to class. I said, I'm not getting in that mess down there. That's how bad it is.
That's what grandmas do.
No, they don't. You stand on that side of the road. You can be there, and if it takes you an hour, that's fine. But anyway, he's young and healthy and strong. The thing that you kept, safety, we got a real problem. It's the bus drivers. It is, we got to hire bus drivers. If we have to pay them $20 an hour, you know that? If we need to build another road in Laney, it's money. We need resources. And you have been wonderful, because every year, I remember the first year, and I was asking for $15 an hour because I could see that the drivers needed to be paid right because they were leaving then. Look where we are now. And the other 6 board members voted it down. And that wasn't they weren't using foresight. And now we are here. We've got to start using foresight. We've got to do something, everybody up here. We've got to find those resources. We've got to find those funds. Unless we get enough money to pay those bus drivers properly, to get a way to put an extra exit and entrance into our property at Laney and Trask. Unless we do those kinds of things and look for those resources, this is going to continue. And it is ridiculous. And that's just 2 schools. We got 46 schools with parents lined up for an hour all over the place, in cars, spewing pollution into the air. We should be using we should be using our transportation. The fact that parents are now going back to our buses, they want to use our buses, and some of them absolutely have no choices, means that we've got to take this really serious, and we've got to do more than what we're doing now. We're going to talk, I think we need to talk about this at a later date, but we need to find some resources. We need, you know, we had what we had last year at New Hanover High when we had the shooting, unfortunately. That was a safety issue. This is a safety issue, too. We've got, and I'm tired of you guys making faces at me, though several of you, not all of you, when I say we've got $300 million that was promised to the schools. For safety reasons, now they're saying they want to use it for that. Somebody up here, we need to approach the county commissioners, if nobody else, or more grants, or where we can find it. We got to find resources to hire drivers, and we got to find resources straightened out some of these places like Laney and Trask, where we're going to have to build things to make them better. That's what my statement is, and I know you know that, and I'm very thankful that you're with us, because if we didn't, we wouldn't even be able to do what we're able to do now. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, also too, just make a note, you can tell them that you've altered the times at Trask and Laney significantly so that you can get in, get in early, because they get in earlier, get out earlier.
That in itself
yes.
is a nightmare.
Mr. Wildebohr?
If I could, just real quickly again, thank you. Thank all the bus drivers, because as an administrator, I always said that's tough, one of the toughest jobs in the schools.
I think so.
About that because keep it safe, on the streets. Please, thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Mr. Mr. Boyer, do you have something to add? Okay.
I'll be very succinct as well. I wanted to echo my thanks. And I think our staff and our bus drivers are just doing an amazing job, and I agree, we need to work hard to get them every resource that is available to us, so thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and doing that on the fly. Okay, next up on our agenda is closed session.
Madam Chair?
What?
Yes. I was looking at the agenda. I know we still have a few minutes for a discussion about, what was it? Robert's Rules, and then there's like 10 minutes of stuff. Not everybody has to stay. I know some of our staff do. It is 9:30. I would just recommend, let's knock this out, because we have a long closed session ahead of us anyway. Let's not make these people wait here for another hour. Let's finish our agenda and then do a closed session all the way through. I know it would take a 5-vote majority to do that, but I really think it's the right thing to do for our staff and our community.
I'll third it.
So tell me what the motion is again.
To move closed session to the bottom of tonight's agenda.
Move closed session to the very end?
To the other closed session, yeah.
Is there, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is there not something we need to be?
We do. We have to do personnel, so we can't not go forward.
We have to do personnel?
Yeah.
In order to do it
in order to hire some people, yeah, we do.
Let's go do personnel right now real quick and then come back. Is that all right?
Well, we have to make a motion. It's not just, is it all right? We have to, like, follow some rules on that. We can also, since we're bringing this up right in the middle, we can also vote to hold off on our policies and not come back for that. But they all have to wait. We still have to do all of our consensus items. All right, so there's a first and a second to move the closed session to the second, skip the first closed session and move to the second closed session.
Withdrawn.
What?
Withdrawn. We have to do personnel.
Yeah.
Okay, withdrawn. What's your new motion?
Closed session.
Okay.
Adjacent to the.
Okay, so making a motion to go into closed session for the Cameron, could you put up on the screen for us the what we're going into closed session for?
The state statute.
Basically, to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records, to talk about attorney-client privilege information, and some other protected school board privacy issues. Is there a second to that motion? You did? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're in closed session.
Test, test, 1, 2. Hey, Jarrell, can you hear me? Hey, Jarrell, are you there?
I don't blame you for double checking.
No. Test. Test, 1, 2. Test, test.
Have our seats. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started. About what? We're not doing it. Okay, so we are back in open session. Next on our agenda is approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes?
Moved.
Okay, any discussion? And that's approval of both sets of minutes?
It is.
Okay. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, minutes are approved 7-0. Next up are, on
Madam
the
Chair,
agenda is,
It's 6-0.
oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry, 6-0, thank you. Next up on our agenda are the consensus items. Do I hear a motion to approve the consensus items as presented?
Move to approve consensus items as presented.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes.
Okay,
New Hanover County Schools fee schedule.
okay. You want to pull that one off? Are you asking to pull it off?
Yeah, we need to discuss it.
Okay, fee schedule, all right, that's letter K. Anything else we need to pull off? Okay, so do I hear a motion to accept the consensus items without the fee schedule included?
Moved.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, 6-0. All right, so next we have to address the fee schedule. So Ashley, you want to just come to the podium so that we can ask questions of you? Appreciate it.
I could pop this sucker back up.
Okay, Ms. Justice, do you have a question?
Yeah, well, I'm just going to do this just straightforward. Reason I asked to pull this was because a couple weeks back, I discovered that kids that go to sporting events can't just walk in and pay with cash. You got to use some kind of plastic, you know, a debit card, credit card, or whatever. And I found out because I was taking my grandson and his friends to a football game, and I dropped him off, and I get this frantic phone call that nobody can get in. And so I had to front for a couple kids. And then lo and behold, I find out that they can't pay for cash. And so when I did it, I discovered there's a $1.56 service fee on every ticket you buy. And I'm going, what? So we are obviously giving some company a profit off of our kids, where in the past, I've been in schools for over 30 years. I've never heard before of kids not being able to pay for sporting events or other activities without cash. In fact, I got 2 phone calls because then they went over to McDonald's until I got them stuff to them, and a couple of their friends came by with the same problem, then I fronted for them too. I don't know if I even fronted, I think I paid, because I don't think I'll ever get it
Ms.
back.
Justice, do you have?
Well, what we need to do is look at this. Why are we doing this? Why can't kids pay cash to get into events?
So I believe this was put in place about 2 years ago, I think at the beginning of COVID. Then when we came out of COVID, this was already, is it 3 years? And so we still accept cash at the middle schools, but we don't accept cash for high school. So high schools, everything is electronic now. They can still pay at the gate, but through the electronic device, through the app. There is a convenience fee for using the app, and so that's the fee that you're talking about. But you don't have to purchase the tickets, and you don't have the clerical. This company is maintaining the clerical ticket sales and reconciliations and it's going directly into our account, so we don't have to pay someone to go to the bank and to count the money. And we don't have all the game workers that we had before. So that's the benefit of not having the cash, and then also having all that cash on hand, and someone has to be responsible for that and carrying it to the bank. So those were the benefits of not having the cash any longer, but yes.
So my understanding that this fee schedule is, if you look at it, it's for clubs, it's for all the different kinds of stuff, and if we're buying the ticket prices, this really isn't a fee schedule as what we're considering it, correct? Because the fee schedule we're setting up is the amount for the ticket or for passes.
Right.
Parking fines, parking permits,
Right.
library books.
Right, and you know what?
The fees that we require our students to pay, yes.
Right, and I asked this to be put on this agenda. And this is what I was told is how I had to approach this topic. Again, we were not quite straightforward with these agendas. I'm sorry that I'm sounding a little bit like it's not your fault whatsoever in way or shape, and I like the fee schedule. But we need to address this issue of kids not being able to use cash. There's always going to be problems. I have done all these sporting events. I know all the work behind it. But that's part of what you do when you've got athletic boosters, kids playing, a school, you've got kids that get involved, families that get involved. This also brings your school together more. And you're right about the large amount of money, but you know what? There's money all over the place these days. And if we're going to worry more about, and it's been in schools for 100 years. And I don't want to start worrying about that now to make it so hard on these kids. And some of these kids actually don't have access to electronics. I know of at least 2 of them. The second phone call I got is because those kids didn't.
Ms. Farnham, would you care to weigh in on this too, please? This is under your jurisdiction.
Yeah, I can just share, this is kind of one of those areas that's kind of blended between our divisions with Nancy Braswell, our internal auditor, and then from my side with athletics. And this is information that I have gotten from Nancy as we've talked through this process. When we have accepted cash, sometimes there would be like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on hand, with our staff who then had to utilize a cash booth. And when having that, we also had to have officers on hand, so security officers under contract. Again, this did go into play, and again, athletics is new to me this year, so I can't tell you exactly when, but if it was 3 years ago, I know it was sometime early in COVID where there was the desire not to hand off cash, and there's been, a lot of movement toward electronic means. So, with addition to not having to have a cash office box, no ticket takers at the gate, it created the more efficiency and more security. So one thing that I've talked with our athletic folks about is if we have somebody come to the gate and they have no means, I mean, we've talked about situations where a family has said, we're not going to, for religious reasons, we're not going to carry debt, so we don't have a credit card specifically. And they want to provide cash. We don't want to turn anybody away if they don't have a way to pay with electronic means. But for safety reasons and for the cost, the additional cost of having those workers that are going to receipt or have to handle all that money in the way that the financial team decides, because you don't want me trying to figure that out. And then the security, that we really need to try to be as cashless as possible for those security reasons.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Justice, you mentioned that you've got 2 calls about this. Has anybody else on the board also getting questions about this? Because I have not.
No. I did not get a call. I was a parent, and I had kids calling me to ask them for help that night.
But I'm saying beyond that, have members of the board, is this an issue that people are finding cumbersome?
This is an issue.
I haven't received any.
That's not the point. It's not that these kids.
I think it's been the policy.
Oh,
it's the way we've operated for the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah, now
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
It's Ms. Walker's turn, please.
Oh, my
Well, I
God.
was just gonna say, it's not even just about that part of it. I think $1.50 is pretty high.
$1.56, we could pay somebody, we
for
could hire
our
one of the kids.
ticket.
Yeah, we,
Hold on a
Judy,
second,
Ms.
Judy.
Walker is talking.
So I just wonder, is there any ways perhaps we can get that fee down? Or, I don't know, that's just, it's a service fee. I get it to use the app or whatever the service is. But I just feel like there might be a cheaper way to do it. I don't know.
kids can't go to
I know I haven't
games.
gotten a lot of calls, but then again, I don't go to a lot of games. She had experience I did not have. And I found out what $1.50 for a $4 ticket, that's a lot.
I'm disgusted. We need to think about
Mr.
it.
Boyer?
Yeah, I'll just be very brief and then call a question. It is 10:45 at night, and I apologize to you.
Oh, my God.
This is
Stop
silly.
it.
No, this
Stop
is
it.
silly. I'm not going to pretend it's not silly. This
Excuse
is
me.
silly, and I would like to call the question.
Silly?
We're adjourned for just a moment, in recess for just a moment, please.
Silly?
I apologize, the meeting is adjourned. We will, it's recessed. We will pick up the remaining items at our next available option. Meeting over. Meeting's over.